Let's continue with case 9849, Washington Gas. Before we begin, I just want to remind people not to be repetitive. There's no benefit to asking the same question multiple times, and I am going to try and be a little more in tune with that sort of thing. So, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one preliminary matter.
Preliminary matters? Okay.
If you, so witness Fang has a 1:30 flight today.
Oh.
I'm hoping 1:30. Oh, excuse me. Leave at 1:30. Excuse me. Thank you. So hopefully, given the time, we'll make it. But I just want to bring it to the court's attention.
We'll try to get you through security. Have plenty of time to get through security. So please, thank you for saying that. Anybody else have any preliminary matters? Seeing none. Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Cindy Fang to the stand, please. Whose is that? Oh. Really nice. Okay. Also, thank you, Julie.
I do.
Can you please state spell your first and last name?
Cindy Fang, CYNDEEFANG,
And could you provide your business address?
10 Hospital Center Commons, Suite 400, Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, 29926. Good morning.
Ms. Fang, will you please state your position of employment for the record?
I'm a director at Atrium Economics, LLC.
Thank you. And do you have with you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Cindy S. Fang, consisting of a one-page summary, 47 typed pages of questions and answers, and 12 exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
I do.
Do you have with you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Cindy Fang, consisting of a one-page summary, 49 typed pages of questions and answers, and 3 rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
I do.
Were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to them?
I do not.
If you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes.
Do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I ask that Ms. Fang's direct testimony be marked as Exhibit 34
So marked.
and admitted to the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
And I ask that her rebuttal testimony be marked WGL Exhibit 35
So marked.
and admitted to the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you.
Please.
The witness is available for cross.
Okay. AOPA.
Good morning, Ms. Fang.
Good morning.
I'm Fran Francis. I'm going to ask you some questions this morning. And I'm General Counsel of the Apartment and Office Building Association. Ms. Fang, am I correct that you're a consultant with the firm Atrium Economics and you are not a direct employee of either Washington Gas or any of its affiliates?
Correct.
Now, your testimony indicates that you joined Atrium Economics in December of 2024.
Correct.
Prior to your engagement for this proceeding, have you ever been retained by Washington Gas to perform either rate structure or cost of service analyses for the company's Maryland service territory?
No.
And prior to joining Atrium Economics, you were employed by Northwestern Energy?
Correct.
Am I correct that Northwestern Energy is headquartered in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and provides gas and electric service in parts of eastern South Dakota, Nebraska, and central and western Montana?
In Nebraska, it's gas only.
Does Northwestern Energy's gas distribution service territory comprise mostly small cities and towns and rural communities?
Generally, yes.
Would you accept that the largest city served by Northwestern Energy is Sioux Falls, South Dakota, which currently has a population of about 225 people?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think her resume speaks for itself. It's Exhibit CSF-01 attached to her testimony.
Your Honor, we'll move through this much quicker if she just answers a couple of preliminary questions to establish it on the record.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
Subject to check, yes.
When were your services retained by Washington Gas for this proceeding?
I apologize, I don't know the exact date.
Do you have an approximate date? A month, a year?
If she doesn't remember, she doesn't remember.
Am I correct that this is your first appearance before the Maryland Public Service Commission?
This is my, yes.
Were you aware that prior to this proceeding, Washington Gas had primarily relied on its own personnel to present testimony on rate structure and class cost of service issues?
Yes.
Were you informed regarding the reasons Washington Gas contracted with an outside consulting firm for rate structure and class cost of service analyses for this proceeding?
Your Honor, objection on relevance.
Your Honor, I'm getting ready. You will see later on down the road where I am going with this line of questioning.
I really think I have to sustain that objection.
Now, turn to your rebuttal testimony at the top of page 27. Tell me when you're there.
You said top of page 27?
27 for your rebuttal testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. In the discussion that starts at the top of page 27 of your rebuttal testimony, do you address the C&I non-heating large customer classification? Look at line 2.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, just to be clear, is the C&I non-heating, is the large C&I non-heating customer to whom you refer the National Institute of Health?
Your Honor, I would object. We'd prefer not to use that company's name. I know ABA does, but the company has consistently marked it confidential.
Your Honor, this name is appearing multiple times, including in this witness's testimony. I can point you to footnote 23 of witness Fang's direct. I can point to many, many others. It is throughout their case. Let's look first at page 23, footnote 11.
If it's noted in the public testimony, I'll have to allow it overruled.
Could you repeat the question?
Certainly. Just to be clear, is the large C&I non-heating customer to whom you refer the National Institute of Health?
Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, take a look at your footnote 11 on page 23. In your direct testimony. I'll read the footnote, Ms. Fang. Maybe it'll make it easier for you to find it. WGL notice of expiration of special contract between Washington Gas Light Company and the National Institute of Health, January 28th, 2025, and there's a mail log number.
Have you had a chance to get to that page yet? We'll wait.
I'm there now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you re-ask your question?
Certainly. Just to be clear, is the large CNI non-heating customer to whom you refer in your testimony, in your rebuttal testimony, line 2, page 27, is that the National Institute of Health?
Yes.
Okay. Now, starting on page 13 of your rebuttal testimony, do you indicate that the company conducted analyses?
One moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Page 13 of rebuttal.
Correct.
Yes.
On line 13, page 28.
Wait, we're page 28 or page 13?
I'm sorry. Line 13, page 28 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let's all get there.
Okay. I think I'm trying to move too quickly, trying to recognize she has a flight this afternoon.
Okay.
Line 13 of page 28 in rebuttal.
Correct.
Okay.
And do you indicate that the company conducted analyses prior to moving NIH to standard rates?
Yes.
Did you or someone under your direct supervision prepare the analyses that you reference that were conducted prior to NIH moving to standard rates?
No, I did not.
Now, I'd like you to please reference your rebuttal testimony on page 29, lines 5 through 7. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. On those lines, you state that, quote, when the special contract approached expiration, the customer was not willing to continue under a comparable minimum usage arrangement, end quote. Can you tell the commission when the customer, NIH, informed Washington Gas that it was, quote, not willing to continue under a comparable minimum usage arrangement?
That question would be best answered by a company witness.
Do you know which company witness?
Lawson.
Ms. Fang, how did you know that the customer was not willing to continue under a comparable minimum usage arrangement? How did you know that?
Asked and answered. Asked and answered.
She said she didn't know the answer, so that's not...
Yeah, no, overruled, I think. Please answer the question.
It was communicated to me by the company.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to ask to have an exhibit marked. I passed it out to the commission. It is the company's response to AOBA data request number 1, question 110.
And this is your,
Great, I think.
is it 3? Okay,
Brent, do you want me to hand it to her?
here we go.
Ms. Fang, are you the sponsor of the company's response to AOBA Data Request 1-10?
Yes.
Are these answers true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
The answers are correct, recognizing that a supplement was filed for some of the data requests to address the corrections identified by witness Fangs.
I will-
And I've got to double check to see if that cascaded into this request.
Okay.
I don't have the workbooks in front of me, the attachment.
You're talking about the company's revised request to AOBA Data Request 1-3?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be getting to that and introducing that into evidence also. So with that clarification, is this response correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move AOBA Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Without objection, so entered.
Does Part A of your response to AOBA Data Request 1-10 indicate the date on which the company's special contract with NIH was terminated?
Yes.
And that date was March 1st, 2025?
Yes, as stated in the data request response.
Was March 1st, 2025 the termination date specified in the company's contract with NIH, or was that contract terminated early?
That's best answered by a company witness.
Would that be company witness Lawson?
I believe so.
Now, turning to page 29 of your rebuttal testimony. And please focus on lines 10 through 16. If you want to take a moment to refresh your recollection.
10 through 16 on 29.
Yes, of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
Okay. Now, starting, you state at lines 10 through 16 on page 29 of your rebuttal testimony that the analysis performed to analyze alternative rate treatments for NIH determined that movement of NIH to interruptible service under Rate Schedule 4 would have resulted in an expected loss of revenue of more than $1 million per year. Is that correct?
Minor clarification that this is my understanding of analysis conducted by the company. Yes, that's correct.
And that was communicated to you by a company witness?
Correct.
Okay. Does anything in your filed testimonies in this proceeding offer analyses related to establishing different levels of minimum usage for NIH under a separate scenario in which NIH would remain a special contract customer?
Objection on relevance. We're not proposing that they are.
Your Honor, I should be permitted to cross-examine on the different analyses that Washington Gas has conducted to determine that it was not potentially possible for NIH to remain.
I'll overrule. I'll allow it. I would ask you, though. I mean, I have to tell you, I personally had difficulty following your question. If you could make these more straightforward and compact, I think that would make all of this go much more easily.
The point initially is to find out what Ms. Fang did or didn't do, or what the company did or didn't do.
Okay, go ahead and
make a
ask your
decision.
go ahead and ask your question.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Does anything in your testimony in this proceeding offer analyses related to establishing different levels of minimum usage for NIH under a scenario in which NIH would remain a special contract?
I did not conduct any analysis regarding scenarios for NIH to remain a special contract customer.
And am I correct that you were not involved in the negotiation of NIH special contract with Washington Gas at the time it was initially established?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Were you involved in the negotiation of the NIH special contract with Washington Gas at the time it was initially established?
I was not.
Am I correct that your rebuttal testimony offers no insight regarding how the company's operating expenses and overall cost of serving NIH would be altered under the alternatives examined?
Could you repeat that question?
Is there anything in your rebuttal testimony? Let me say it differently. Am I correct that your rebuttal testimony offers no insight regarding how the company's operating expenses and overall costs of serving NIH would be altered under the alternatives that the company examined?
My testimony presents the cost of service under the different cost of service studies with NIH as a tariffed customer.
Does your rebuttal testimony address the impact of different rate treatments for NIH on either the company's expected jurisdictional rate of return or the rate of return the company would expect to achieve from its service to NIH as a non-special contract customer? Shall I break that question down for you?
I think so, because I believe I answered that the analysis presented in my testimony and rebuttal does reflect the impact of NIH as a tariffed customer, as a customer receiving tariffed services.
Agreed. However, do you address the impact expected on a jurisdictional rate of return?
So do you mean in looking at the
Different rate treatments of NIH that you were proposing?
So the company proposes to keep NIH on its current rate schedule. So within discovery, we were responsive to different looks that interveners, including AOBA, had requested as far as the examination of various impacts of NIH.
Okay. Would you agree that there would be no effect on the company's proposed jurisdictional rate of return from moving NIH to standard service, since the company has assumed that the difference in making up the rate of return would be borne by other ratepayers?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound question. I couldn't follow it.
Okay.
Yeah, I sustained. If you could break these things down a little
Okay.
more.
Okay. I'm getting to the main point. Now, please focus on page 28, lines 13 through 18 of your rebuttal.
Page 28, lines 13 through
18.
18.
And does this part of your
Well, let her get there.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, does this part of your rebuttal testimony suggest that before NIH was moved as a standard rate to a standard rate schedule, either Schedule 2A or rate Schedule 4, the company considered the customer's characteristics?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Were you involved in that consideration of NIH's characteristics prior to moving NIH to a standard rate schedule?
I was not.
And you didn't address those standard characteristics in your testimony, correct?
If you're referring to the standard characteristics that were evaluated at the time of moving an NIH to standard service, no.
At this time, does the commission have any information regarding whether any of those analyses undertaken by the company prior to NIH being moved to a standard rate schedule were based on actual historic therm use, projections of future NIH gas use, or estimates of whether normalized gas use for NIH?
Your Honor, objection. There's a footnote that cites to the filing the company made when they took NIH off the special contract.
Where's the footnote?
The footnote's actually the footnote she pointed to with NIH's name in it. Footnote 11.
Oh, that one.
Your Honor, that had nothing to do with my question, that footnote.
I think you're correct, overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
At this point, would you agree that the commission has no information regarding whether the analysis performed prior to NIH being moved to standard rates? We don't know, the commission does not know whether that analysis was based on actual historic therm use, projections of future NIH gas use, or estimates of whether normalized gas for NIH.
I would not be able to answer that question.
So you don't know whether the commission has that information or not?
I do not.
Okay. Just to sum up what I'm hearing you testify to this morning. You did not perform or direct the performance of the analysis to which you refer in your rebuttal testimony at pages 27 through 29 regarding analysis performed prior to NIH being moved to standard rates, and you did not participate in any discussions or communications between NIH and Washington Gas prior to the company's announcement that NIH would be moved to service under rate schedule 2A. Is that correct?
Your Honor, objection. Asked and answered, and more importantly, this happened before Ms. Fang was retained. That transition happened, and then the company presented this rate case.
Your Honor, at this moment, I'm going to make a motion to strike certain of Ms. Fang's testimony. I'm moving to strike.
Well, wait a minute. Before you do any of that, I'm going to sustain the objection because I think it has been asked and answered.
I was summing up what I heard her say. That's all. I can move on. I don't need to ask that. But at this point, I do need to make a motion to strike her testimony, beginning with her rebuttal testimony at page 28, line 13, through page 29, line 19. It is classic hearsay. She has no firsthand knowledge of the information that she's presenting regarding communications and analyses prior to the company's announcement of its decision to move NIH to rate schedule number 2A.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Yes.
The purpose of that is to explain why AOPA's concern about the change in the usage of that customer reflected what she understood, made sense in the context of her study. It was not for the purpose of saying, I was there at that time. just to verify, because AOBA expressed concern about the veracity of her numbers that she used in her study. Why was there this drop? She explains it and says, that tracks with what I understand the company told me. They moved off of this special contract because they were using less than they were required under the minimum. That's the purpose of those statements.
Please respond before I rule.
Your Honor, my concerns are much greater than that. The company, someone at the company, AltaGas, whoever, made a decision to move one large federal government customer to a class which drastically affects the return earned of that class. One customer affects over 1,700 small commercial customers, many of whom are AOPA members. It is a big concern. The company chose Ms. Fang to testify. She is not the one with the first-hand knowledge. I am entitled to discuss what scenarios the company did or didn't do in order to make that decision to move that one customer to a customer class and not establish another customer class
Okay.
or put them someplace else.
Okay, I'm going to rule to deny the motion to strike the evidence. We don't have the same strict hearsay rules, and we will take this and all the other evidence under due consideration. So motion is denied.
I'll move on, Your Honor. Now, I want to discuss the analysis that you did perform for this case. And so I'm going to ask you to turn to your direct testimony at page 28. Now, starting, tell me when you're there.
You said direct, page 28?
Yes, and please focus on lines 5 through 7. And on those lines, do you reference CSF 12 and indicate that CSF 12 provides the company's final study regarding the company's current non-residential customer class definitions?
Correct.
Now, please turn to CSF 12. And turn to page 7 of 26. Tell me when you're there.
When you say page 7, are you talking about the pages at the top or the pages at the bottom?
I'm looking at exhibit CSF-12, page 7 of 26 in the top right-hand corner
Got it.
of the document that's entitled CSF-12, page 1 of 26, Atrium Economics, Study Reviewing Current Non-Residential Customer Class Definitions 2025.
I've myself only gotten to that part of the PDF. What's page what of 26?
361.
Page 7 of 26, but on
Okay,
the bottom
got
of
it.
the document, it says page 4.
There you go.
Yeah, okay, got it. Thanks, Bond.
I'm there.
Okay.
I speak, you know.
Now, at page 28, lines 5 through 7 of your direct testimony, do you reference exhibit CSF-12 and indicate the CSF-12 provides the company's final study regarding the company's current non-residential customer class definitions?
It does provide the study with the dates for the time period for the data that was used in the study identified at the top of that page.
Now, at the top of page 7 of 26 in exhibit CSF 12, we find a section heading that reads data overview. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the first sentence under that heading states, quote, "The analyses utilize monthly consumption data provided by WGL Maryland covering gas years 2021 through 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in the next sentence, you indicate that gas year is defined as the 12-month period from July through June. Correct?
Yes.
Based on that definition, am I correct that the data used in your assessment of rate class definitions only address the period from July 2021 through June 2024, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Can I further conclude that since NIH did not become a standard rate customer until March 1st, 2025, no data for NIH was included in your assessment of the company's non-residential rate class definitions?
I believe that's correct.
NIH, we established earlier that NIH became a standard rate customer as of March 1st, 2025. We discussed that earlier under Rate Schedule 2A. And would you agree that was 9 months before the companies filed its application and direct testimony, in this case on December 29th, 2025?
Yes, I believe so.
Can you explain to the Commission why at least the C&I portion of your analysis of non-residential rate class definitions was not recomputed to examine the extent to which NIH gas use characteristics reasonably fit with those for Washington Gas's Maryland other C&I customers?
Can you repeat that question?
Certainly. We established earlier that NIH became a standard rate customer March 1st, 2025. Right? No. Now, we all know that the company filed its application and your direct testimony in this case on December 29th, 2025.
Correct.
Okay. So there was approximately 9 months in between the time that NIH became a special contract customer and the filing of Washington Gas's application, correct?
Correct.
So, since there was a 9-month lead time, can you explain why at least this portion of your testimony, the C&I analysis of non-residential rate class definitions, was not recomputed to examine the extent to which NIH's gas use characteristics reasonably fit with those of the other C&I customers?
So the process in pulling together all of this data, actually, it takes a bit of time. So when going through the data to set up this study, we did take data up through 2024 and sort of took it from there and then looked at the analysis. With that, having 12 months usage of a customer, so we wouldn't have had 12 months usage for NIH as a standard tariff customer, even if we took that 1 month. So it does take time for the data to go through both the company system and then for us to pick it up and then begin that as part of the analysis. The one thing I will say is even without NIH in, the analysis that was conducted, it did show a couple of things, which is when we looked at the non-residential customers, if we look at it in terms of consumption and load factor, what we saw were sort of natural groupings, clusters, when we looked at the customer groups and how they used energy. When we looked at it just on a consumption basis, that sort of clustering was less clear. And so what the study concluded is that effectively, if you look at the customers just in terms of consumption, you can almost draw the lines anywhere depending on how many groups that you want to create. And so that same conclusion still, I do believe, still translates when considering the question, that everyone keeps asking about, what do we do with NIH? You know, so the idea of looking just at consumption, where should we draw that line on defining large customers? Is it very large? Is it kind of large? You know, where should we start to draw those lines? This is why in my rebuttal I talk about the need to continue to evaluate even further what might be the best approach in looking at how we examine the non-residential schedules in general.
Do you dispute the fact that in each of the last two gas years, 2024 and 2025, NIH only used gas in the 6-month period from December to April?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Did your examination of the data for the rate class definitions identify any C&I non-heating customer on Washington Gas's Maryland system who only used gas in the months of December through April in any gas year?
That wasn't the purpose of the study.
So you didn't examine it.
I didn't look specifically for that. I did not.
Now, please reference, I believe you have a copy of AOBA witness Bruce Oliver's testimony, and turn to Table 1 on page 30 of his direct testimony.
Let us know when you get there.
Can you provide that location again?
Page 30, Table 1.
I'm there.
Now, this table, now obviously you're familiar with his testimony because you addressed Mr. Oliver in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this Table 1 under the heading says Comparison of C&I Non-Heating Usage Characteristics. Am I correct that there was nothing in your rebuttal testimony that disputes the accuracy of the usage characteristics for NIH or for WGL's other C&I non-heating customers that are presented in this table?
That is correct. I did not dispute the content of Table 1.
Would you accept that Washington Gas's witness Rob's normal weather study characterizes 100% of NIH's annual gas use as weather gas?
I wouldn't be able to speak to Rob's testimony.
Are you aware that NIH only uses gas in 6 months of the year from December to April?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you have any understanding of why NIH was not considered a heating service customer under the commercial heating service classification?
As I mentioned, I wasn't part of the decision-making on the appropriate rate schedule for NIH at the time of termination of their special contract.
Now, could you please turn to your exhibit CSF-9 attached to your direct testimony? And Your Honor, I'm looking at the designation at the top of the page in the right-hand corner where it says CSF-9, page 1 of 26.
Okay. Page 1 of 26. Okay.
Now, please, I'm going to ask the witness to turn to page 5 of 26. Are you there?
I'm there.
In the first sentence under the heading non-residential.
You pull the microphone just a little bit closer.
Okay. In the first sentence under the heading non-residential customer data, on that page states, quote, "The study uses monthly consumption data for non-residential customers during the period July 2024 through June 2025 to evaluate expected bill impacts under each bill impact scenario." Agreed?
Yes.
Now, we earlier established that NIH moved to rate schedule 2A CNI non-heating service on March 1st, 2025. So for the purposes of the bill impact analyses presented in Exhibit CSF-9, was NIH treated as a CNI non-heating customer for the full 12-month period from July 2024 to June 2025, or just for the months of March 2025 through June of 2025?
NIH would not have, given that NIH would have started standard service, tariff service, in March of 2025, it would not have gone backwards. But I actually need to double check because I do believe we may have eliminated customers that did not have 12 months of usage in order to be able to get a better picture of what this would mean for customers.
Now, turning to Figure 3 on page 7 of 26 of CSF 9. Are you there?
Figure 3, page 7 of 26?
Correct.
Yes, I'm there.
Now, we find a representation of the distribution of customers and bills by usage for the company's CNI non-heating class. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the horizontal axis for Figure 3 is labeled monthly usage, correct?
Yes.
And the last category to the far right appears to indicate 10,000 plus monthly therms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you accept that the typical monthly gas use for NIH for the months in which it has actual metered gas use is generally in the range of 2.9 million and 3.6 million therms per month? Do you accept that? Subject to check of witness Rob's testimony, PHR-1, page 46 of 87, column C.
I do believe witness Rob would have been the best person to answer that question.
Well, I don't need witness Rob to testify to it because it says it clearly in his testimony.
Well, then we don't
I'm
need to cover
asking,
it.
but what I am asking you is, being that that is way off the range of your figure that has 10,000 therms per month, that's what I'm asking the witness about. Was that charted on here someplace?
As I mentioned earlier, I don't know if NIH is included because we typically exclude customers when we don't have a full 12 months. So I would have to follow up and confirm.
So you don't know if it's in here or not?
I don't.
Okay. Now, let's turn back to your rebuttal testimony. And focus on page 27. Okay. Okay.
I'm there.
Now, and let's start with the question and answer that begins on line 17, page 27 of your rebuttal. In that question and answer, you make multiple references to the company's response to AOBA Data Request 1-3. Am I correct that you're responsible for generating the class cost of service analyses provided with the company's original response to AOBA 1-3?
The original and the supplemental. Yes.
And you were also responsible for production of the class cost of service analyses provided in the company's revised attachment to its response to AOBA Data Request 1-3.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in response, at the bottom of page 27 and the top of page 28 of your rebuttal testimony, you state, the response to AOBA Data Request 1-3 included the miscategorization of Montgomery County fuel tax revenue into the C&I heating cooling greater than 3,000 therm and the C&I non-heating cooling rather than the appropriate C&I non-heating cooling large customer class, resulting in total revenues for that class of $2,950,932 in the originally filed AOBA 1-3. Is that correct?
Yes, that is what my rebuttal states.
And I am correct that you corrected the miscategorization of Montgomery County fuel tax revenues for the mischaracterization of Montgomery County fuel tax expense, as well as a limited number of other related allocations?
I can you restate that one more time?
When you corrected the mischaracterization of Montgomery County fuel tax revenues for the mischaracterization of the Montgomery County fuel tax expense, did you also correct for a limited number of other related allocations?
To clarify, that correction occurred in the revenue study that was produced by witness Banks, and then her revenue study is an input to the cost of service studies, and so those corrections upstream then flow through the class cost of service studies.
Your Honor, I'm going to pass out an exhibit. And just so the witness is clear, I am going to introduce both the company's original response as well as the company's revised response to AOBA Data Request 1-3.
Yeah.
Just for the company witness.
And this will be your number 4, correct?
Yeah, that's for the patient.
I'm starting to become like you.
Ms. Fang, just so you know, even though the first page of the Washington Gas Exhibit 4 has both the original response and the revised response on the first page, if you look at the second page, this says WGL initial response to AOBA Data Request 1-3.
Do you want me to mark this as 4?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
So marked.
And just for the record, Your Honor, since this was filed in electronic format only, AOBA verified that the numbers that were produced in this printout of the summary tab by Washington Gas were were accurate, that it was an accurate printout.
Okay, thank you.
Tell me when you've had a chance to just take a look at it, Ms. Fang.
I have. Thank you.
Okay? Now, I know the font is a little small, but would you accept that as originally presented in the class cost of service analysis, in attachment 1 to the company's original response to AOBA data request 1-3, the rate of return for NIH was a negative 1.30, which represented a UROR of 0.28. And I'm looking at column P.
Yes, that is what the original response indicated.
Would you agree that the class cost of service analyses in attachment 1 to the company's original response to AOBA data request 1-3 shows the rate of return for all other C&I non-heating customers of 5.92% and a UROR for that class, excluding NIH, of 1.26, and I'm looking at column L.
Yes, that is what's indicated in the initial response, recognizing that this is prior to the correction.
Okay. Now I'm going to pass out the revised response.
You want to enter this now or later?
Yes, yes. Yeah, here, let me just give it to them, this for the witness.
There's only one page.
Yeah, just one page, just one page.
I should use this pen.
And this is, this be marked, Your Honor, as AOBA Exhibit 5?
So marked.
We're marking them together, correct?
One is 4 and one is 5.
Can we mark them together just because they're corrected, and I think they should exist together?
It's really, I mean,
I'd prefer just to keep these separate so it's clear. And let me just say, Your Honor, the revised response is also attached to Mr. Bruce Oliver's rebuttal testimony, but I think it's just...
well, we'll do them separately. Okay. So, hold on. What do we have here?
It's the same thing, we just have a lot of them.
Right,
Okay.
but one's a correction of the other.
The only thing, the first page is exactly the same for AOBA 4 and AOBA 5. The difference is the attachment. The attachment to 4 was based on their original response. The second...
I'll mark it as 5.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Fang, I'm going to ask you to focus on the revised attachment, which has just been labeled AOBA Exhibit 5, and to please look at that exhibit. And would you accept that the company's revised attachment 1 to its response to AOBA data request 1-3 shows that the rate of return for Washington Gas's service to NIH falls to a negative 2.58 or a UROR of negative 0.55, while the rate of return for the company's service to all other Maryland C&I non-heating customers rises to 7.68 and reflects a UROR of 1.63. And that's in column L.
That would have to be subject to check. I don't have the worksheets in front of me, and this was not sent to me to confirm ahead of time.
Your Honor, the company did confirm in an email to AOBA that since this was an electronic format, AOBA printed it out, sent it to Washington Gas, and asked them to confirm the accuracy of these numbers.
Your Honor, we confirm separately. We can confirm the numbers.
Okay.
Okay. But would you agree with those numbers, or do you need me to repeat them, Ms. Fang?
No, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, she said subject to check. We
Okay.
got the check.
Now, am I correct that the 7.68% rate of return for all other Maryland C&I non-heating customers in the revised attachment to AOBA Data Request 1-3 is clearly the highest rate of return shown for any class of service?
With the breakout of the of NIH, that is what's reflected in the sheet.
Would you agree that the changes in allocations and class cost of service responsibility made in this revised response to Attachment 1 to AOBA 1-3 have no appreciable impact on the computed rates of return for classes other than those the company identifies as part of the C&I non-heating class?
I'm sorry, could you restate that?
Would you agree that the changes that you've made, the corrections in the revised response, don't affect any other class other than the C&I, other than the C&I non-heating service class and other than the C&I non-heating service class? In any significant way.
Yes, the most material impact is to the CNI non-heating and cooling without NIH and to NIH.
And all the other rates of return and URORs are exactly the same, except for the C&I heating, cooling greater than 3,000 therms, and that changes from a 5.23%.
I think you need to keep your questions shorter. I mean, I think,
Okay.
keep them as short as you can, please.
Would you agree that all of the rates of return are exactly the same for all of the customer classes except the C&I non-heating classes that we were just discussing, except for one other small modification to the C&I heating, cooling greater than 3,000 therm class, which has changed from a rate of return of 5.23% to 5.24%. All other numbers are exactly the same.
I think the witness already said that.
Yes.
If she did, I didn't hear her. I'm sorry. Did you?
I stated that there was non-material changes
Okay.
to all the other classes.
I'm sorry.
Asked
I
and
didn't.
answered.
I didn't
Yep.
hear that. Okay. Now I'm going to pass out the company's responses to AOBA data requests 1-2, 1-4, and 1-7. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as one exhibit. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as AOBA Exhibit 6.
So marked.
Ms. Fang, would you take a moment to see that the company's response to AOBA data request 1-2, 1-4, and 1-7.
Do we get an extra somewhere?
Oh, I have more.
No.
Do you want?
Okay.
Did you have? Okay, sorry. Here you go.
Okay.
Can you see that you are the sponsor of all three of those data responses, Ms. Fang?
Yes.
Your Honor, did I mark that as AOBA Exhibit 6?
Yeah, so marked.
Ms. Fang, do you see that you're the sponsor of the company's response to AOBA data request 1-2, 1-4, and 1-7?
Oh, I answered yes.
Okay. And are these true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
If I can have a moment to finish
Sure.
reviewing them. Can you restate your question?
Decomposing horse.
Are these responses true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Noting that the response to 1-4 references AOBA 1-3, which at the time of this response would be then updated for the supplemental, the corrected AOBA 1-3 response.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to please focus on your response to 1-7. Now, in that response, the company was asked to explain why it's appropriate for smaller customers within the company's Maryland C&I non-heating rate class to subsidize the company's service to NIH. Your response to AOBA data request 1-7 references the discussion in Exhibit CSF-12. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, please turn to CSF-12. Can't find it. Okay. Can you please tell me which pages or lines within that 26-page exhibit that you are relying on in your response to AOBA 1-7?
Your Honor, the question, the DR itself is kind of inflammatory in framing the question. I think her response stands on its own in the DR.
Your Honor, she gave a very general DR. She pointed me to a study. Within that...
I agree. If you can point to where in CSF 12 you were referring, if you were referring to it in totality.
I think it's really in totality because when the, CSF 12 is intended to look at the potential for redefining the customer classes, and the
Okay, well, you've answered in totality, so that's an adequate answer.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I don't know if I've moved the admission of AOBA.
4, 5, and 6?
4, 5.
You haven't, without objection, so entered.
Okay, and Your Honor, that's all the questions that I have this morning for Ms. Fang.
And you've entered everything that you had? Yeah, okay.
I'm
sorry.
pretty sure. I've got.
What about 3?
Did I move 3 in?
Well,
Um, 3 is in the.
you know, without objection, we'll enter 3 to 6.
Thank you.
Okay. People's Council, how much do you have?
I have a couple of questions.
Okay, well, please proceed.
Thank you. How are you doing, Ms. Fang?
Good. How are you today?
Good. I have a couple of questions, and I'm from OPC. So the company uses a design day temperature assumption to estimate the class peak demand for the class cost of service study purposes. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the company did not use actual load study, the actual load study data to calculate coincident peak and non-coincident peak demand. Is that correct?
Not within this rate case. So that was a change from prior practice based on guidance in the testimony from staff in the last rate case.
So your answer is correct. Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you. And cost allocation studies are intended to reflect the demand the customer classes actually impose on the system. Is that correct? Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Cost allocation studies are intended to reflect the demand that customer classes actually impose on the system. Is that correct?
That is one of the goals, yes.
So actual load study data at the time of system peak would better reflect real customer usage than any hypothetical design condition. Is that correct?
As noted, as I mentioned just briefly, that the company had previously used load studies data for that and had modified that in this study based on guidance from staff testimony in the prior rate case.
Okay, so is it your position that when you're using a planning assumption, it takes precedence over the actual data for any cost allocation purposes?
I think what I'm saying is that the process of determining methodologies is a discussion, and so the company takes feedback from various interveners in this process, and so based on the feedback received by staff in the last rate case, they chose to update the methodology in this one.
Okay. You would agree with me that from your direct and rebuttal testimony, the company did not demonstrate that using actual load for coincident peak and non-coincident peak calculation would not be feasible or feasible.
So as I mentioned, the change is a recent change. So previously it had been load studies. So yes, that would be feasible.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony, the company extensively addressed OPC's recommendation on using the coldest average daily temperature. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, you did not address any issue concerning primary recommendation of using the actual load data.
No, we did not.
The company agrees that the system planning standards and cost allocation methods serve different purposes. Is that correct?
Wait, say that one more time.
The company agrees, or you can agree, that the system planning standards and cost allocation methods serve different purposes. System planning standards and cost allocation methods, they serve different purposes.
Well, system planning is dealing with the operations to ensure safe and reliable service to customers, and cost allocation is the question of how to reasonably allocate and then recover the cost of providing that service. Is that the question?
Yeah, so they serve different purposes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the cost allocation is intended to reflect the cost that customer classes actually impose on the system.
Well, I believe that's one of the goals, but in addition, there's a variety of other considerations, including customer impacts, and then as part of the process, it is also the feedback from other parties as well as the direction from the commission.
Okay, thank you. Using a warmer design temperature reduces the estimated peak demand of weather-sensitive classes like residential customers. Is that correct?
I actually believe that would be best answered by other witnesses. I believe Rob would be the best witness.
Okay. How about reducing the estimated peak demand of those classes? Does it shift more distribution costs to classes with less temperature-sensitive demand?
Can you repeat the question again?
Reducing the estimated peak demand of the weather-sensitive classes that I mentioned, would it shift more distribution costs to classes with less temperature-sensitive demand?
Assuming a coincident peak allocation, and it would depend on what other factors change with that as well. So the company recommends a composite peak and annual with a focus on coincident peak. So assuming all other things equal, yes.
Okay. So can you turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 13, lines 20 to 23? Just let me know when you're there.
13 lines 20 to 23?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And I think it flows through to page 14, line 3. It follows. The company in its rebuttal testimony, you argue that using the coldest test year temperature could introduce volatility into the class cost of service study results from year to year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that customer usage itself naturally varies from year to year depending on weather conditions?
Yes.
And the company updates its class cost of service study periodically using new test year information. Is that correct?
Yes.
So some variation in results from one rate class to another is likely to be expected.
While some variation is likely to expected, I do believe that using the coldest would increase that variation.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, the company did not quantify how much additional volatility would result from using actual test year data. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you turn to, I think you're already there, page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 7 to 9.
I'm there.
You stated that, and I read, the Commission has historically accepted design-based peak metrics in the calculation of CCOS, that's a class cost of service study, precisely because they reflect long-term system needs rather than short-term weather abnormalities. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Will you agree with me that while the Commission may have historically accepted this design-based peak metrics, the Commission also expects that the class cost of service study methods to evolve when better data becomes available?
Yes.
Now let's move to service line cost allocation, please.
What page would you like me on?
I would just ask a couple of questions.
Okay.
I've not. Yes, thank you.
It should be granted testimony, right?
Yes, it's in Yes. The company treats all service lines 1.25 inches or smaller as customer-related costs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then most service lines in the company's system are 0.75 inches or smaller. Is that correct?
To clarify, there is within my exhibits, there's a table because the company does use that 1.25 cutoff. There is a table within my testimony that shows everything that's 1.25 or less, and within that distribution, the 3/4 is the most dominant size that exists, but that table is a little bit artificial when looking at the full service line diameters because it only starts at 1.25, so it doesn't fully capture all the sizes that are greater than 1.25. So there's a little bit of a distortion, but the 3/4 does continue to be the dominant size.
Okay, thank you. The company does not track service line sizes by customer classes. Is that correct?
It currently is, so subject to check, it currently is an item that is not fully tracked.
So the company cannot show whether what percentage of residential customers are served by the 1.25 inches that you mentioned service line. Is that correct?
There was a response to a data request that that provided more information, but it is a data set that is continuing to be developed. So as was mentioned earlier, as better data shows up, we can do better. But that is something that continues to evolve.
Okay. Your rebuttal testimony, you said from page 14, line 17 to 19. It says that the 1.25 inch lines are sufficient to serve most small customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
So they are sufficient, not that they are the minimum size required.
Correct.
Now let's move to fixed charges and customer-related charges. In your rebuttal testimony, can you turn to page 37 of your rebuttal testimony?
What page was that again?
37.
37, okay.
Yes, thank you.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. Lines 14 to 25. Please let me know when you're ready.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. You respond to OPC witness Brandt's assertion that the company may be inflating its customer-related cost. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your answer addresses Mr. Brandt's statement concerning the company's classification of service line costs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please turn to page 34 of your direct testimony.
I'm there.
Yes, the table 9, labeled table 9. You identify cost-based system charges for different customer classes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from table 9, the company, in its calculation, assumes that all service lines are customer related. Is that correct?
What should be in here is the 1.25 cutoff. So the cost-based numbers build off of the class cost of service studies. And so within that, it takes the 1.25 assumption, and those costs get allocated as customer. And then anything above the 1.25 then goes to capacity or demand, and that goes to non-residential. So it should be just indicating the same 1.25 cutoff for customer.
So the assumption that was used in table 9, sorry, did it, sorry, did it assume that all line services are customer related?
It should be indicating, so and this will be, I don't have the models in front of me to check, but so I'll qualify that this should be subject to check. But this should be identifying, because the class cost of service models take the 1.25 that we've been discussing, and that it's the 1.25 that gets assigned as customer costs. So it should just be the 1.25 portion that is in this cost-based number.
Okay. So in the company's cost of service model, service lines are not allocated solely based on the number of customers. Is that correct?
Not 100%. Certain portions are allocated to capacity.
Is that because to some extent the size of the service line varies by customer demand?
If you'll give me just a moment.
Take your time, please.
So if you take a look at Exhibit CSF2, page 6 of 9, and it actually begins at the bottom of page 5 of 9. This is the discussion of services. And when you go to page 6 of 9, that's where it talks about how services, there's a customer component. And so that's the piece that goes to customer. And then the remaining at the second bullet talks about how there's a capacity component.
Yes, so I think that's the exact place I was talking about. So the size of the service line varies by customer demand. Is that correct?
I'm not the right person to speak to the decision on installation, but the cost of service studies do have a allocation between customer and capacity component of service lines.
Okay. The company allocates a portion of the service line cost based on demand from Table 9 of your direct testimony. Is that correct? Sorry, if you can go back to Table 9, page 34. Let me just ask the question again.
So, oh, sorry.
Are you talking about system charges? Table 9?
Yes, hold on. Yes, we just talked about the Table 9. Yes. No, the comparison of the current and the cost-based system charges.
System
Yes.
charge.
Yes.
So the cost-based numbers in Table 9 should only reflect the customer component of system and not the capacity component of system.
Okay. So the company allocates a portion of the service lines based on demand. Table 9 from your direct testimony assumes that the full cost of service lines are part of the cost-based system charge. Is that correct?
So the
When the company made its calculations or assumptions with Table 9.
So in Table 9, the cost-based assumption only includes the customer component of service lines
Okay.
and not the capacity component.
Thank you. Turning to house regulators. In your direct testimony, page 17, from I think lines 11 to 22,
You said page 17?
17 of your direct testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Lines 11 to 22. The company is proposing to reallocate how house regulator costs are allocated to customer classes. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's because, as you stated in your direct testimony, the premises with with a higher usage require larger and more expensive house regulator. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it correct that, to some degree, house regulator costs also vary by demand? Do you want me to repeat the question? Sorry.
To the extent you're asking about the operational decision, that would be to an operations witness. To the extent you're talking about how costs are allocated,
I'm not talking about how costs are allocated. The question is that, to some degree, house regulator costs vary by demand. Is that correct? Like, generally, house regulator costs, they vary by demand.
I think that would be best answered by an operations person.
Okay. So from your Table 9, we are going back to Table 9. The company assumes that the full cost of house regulators are part of the cost-based system charge. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, subject to check.
Okay. Chair Barbie, that will be all for OPC. Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 12, and we'll see. We'll get as far as we can. We'll take a lunch break. It's my hope to be able to complete everything by tonight, and we'll see if we can get there. So, see you in 10.
Thanks, Exhibit.
Okay, back at it, people. Does MEA have any questions? The silence is overwhelming. I guess that's. Okay. I see an MEA person shaking their head. CCAN. Okay, staff.
No questions, Your Honor.
Well, that was easy. Redirect.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. And first, preliminary matter, I should strike my comment about this. You were correct, Your Honor, about that footnote not being the right reference to the special contract. So I wanted to just say that I was incorrect when I made that reference.
It's so rare that I'm correct
Yeah.
on things this complicated, so I appreciate that.
All right, Ms. Fang, you were asked, looking at your studies, I think you were looking at CSF 9 and then CSF 12, if that data included the large customer, NIH. Do you
Correct.
recall that?
I do.
And can you take just a quick look at your CSF 9, page 7? It was actually the table you discussed with counsel for AOVA. Are you there?
Is it,
Figure 3 on page 7 of CSF 9.
yes,
Okay. And there's the blip all the way to the right that was the focus of questions. Do you recall that?
yes.
Does that reflect the large customer?
I'm not sure.
NIH? You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Subject to check. We'll have to check.
Subject to check.
Okay.
The answer that you're not sure, subject to check, or you are sure?
Not sure. If you flipped, how about this? Can you flip to CSF 6, exhibit CSF 6, Schedule G, page 2 of 6? It's in your direct testimony.
Wait, CSF
Yeah.
6.
Yep, CSF 6, Schedule G, and sorry, I said page 2, I meant page 3 of 6. Are you there?
Come on.
And do you see, oh, you're not there.
So, page what of what?
3 of 6, Your
3
Honor.
of 6, okay.
Schedule G.
Schedule G, page 3 of 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you see a contract mentioned in that table for the certain reference large customer about, I don't know, 8 lines down?
Yes.
Okay. Are these generally supporting your studies, so your CSF 6, CSF 9, and CSF 12, your studies?
I have that reference that we're looking at.
Sure.
The council's looking at.
It's right here. Exhibit CSF 6,
Schedule G.
G, page
Schedule G.
3, 3 of 6.
You know,
Can you also?
the PDF is 230? Yes. Okay, let's go there.
Not necessarily. Different data sets were used for CSF 9 and 12.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll start questions from the bench with Commissioner Linton. Suchman.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be actually very quick. NIH was moved from service under a special contract to tariff service as a CNI non-HC customer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's a very large customer.
Correct.
In the class now that it's part of this class, is there any other customer in that class that even comes close to the amount of usage that NIH uses?
This customer is quite distinct.
Okay.
And by distinct, you mean large.
Right. So was there any consideration for creating a special class for them, a customer class. For example, on the electricity side, Amtrak is its own customer class because it's so much larger than everybody else. So was there any consideration to creating, in moving it to tariff service, was there consideration creating a separate class just for NIH?
So, the specific decision at that time probably is best stressed by the company, but in general, I think it would be challenging to introduce a new class outside of a rate case. It does seem like a rate case is the most appropriate place because then you take a look at class cost of service studies and things
Right.
like that to be able to
Right,
determine.
but this is a rate case.
So in this rate case, though, the company's proposal is to address the introduction of that large customer in this customer class through moderation. I think what shows up in the study that was conducted is that, and as stated in my rebuttal, that more consideration should be done to determine where do you want to draw that line. Because if there is to be a new large customer class, where do you want to define large? And
Well, but it seems like there's this class and then there's, this other customer and the line seems, it doesn't seem like you have a lot of problems in drawing a line because it's so much larger than everybody else.
if we only look at this one customer, but the large load discussion is happening all over the industry. So would you want to then create a new class that would be covering future needs and things like that? So it does seem like, there's more to discuss than just what do we do with this one customer. It's how do we set up a rate schedule for future needs.
Okay.
And
So it's a conversation we need to continue to have.
that would be my recommendation and the company's recommendation.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Hoover.
So I thought I heard during the discussion about NIH that they only use gas for a part of the year, correct?
That is the question. I deferred to others, but based on the discussion, that is what's being said.
And at this point, they are an interruptible customer or they're not?
They're not. They're in the C&I non-heating and cooling right now.
Okay. All right, thanks.
McLean. No question. And neither do I. Thank you very much. So, magically, we are at lunchtime now. So, right? There's nothing else. We have no. But I mean, we have one last witness for the company, and then we're going to go into everything else. So, I'm going to say, that clock's not right. So this is it's 12:09 right now. So let's, I was going to say 1:45.
1:45 is good.
Yeah. So we will take until we'll be back at 1:45. Alrighty then, let's head back into this craziness. Your next witness, your last witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Andrew Lawson to the stand.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
Could you please state your first and last name and spelling?
Andrew Lawson, Andrew Lawson.
And could you provide your business address?
6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia, 22151.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson, can you state your position of employment?
I am the Director of Regulatory Affairs at Washington Gas.
And do you have with you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of R. Andrew Lawson, consisting of a one-page summary and 15 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28, 2026?
I do.
Was that document prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections or additions to that document?
I don't.
If you were asked the questions appearing there again, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes.
Do you wish to adopt the rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
I do.
At this time, I ask that Mr. Lawson's rebuttal testimony be marked as Exhibit WGL Exhibit 36
So marked.
and admitted.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Lawson, two preliminary matters. The first is we heard witness Fang say, subject to check, that the data underlying her studies included the large customer. Can you confirm?
I can. It's included.
Second question that was handed to you from an earlier witness related to the company's position on Eat It. A question from the commission. Should we address that at this moment? It was about
Yes, let's go ahead and do that.
the question was whether the company could consider a 5-year amortization.
Yes, as a compromise, we could. I will just state that, I continue to believe that in the best interest of customers would be to continue with the ARAM disbursement. I believe it produces the longest term and most benefits overall for customers. But at spirit of compromise, we could agree to 5 years.
Okay.
With that, he's available for cross.
AOPA?
Okay, just a couple of questions, Mr. Lawson. Just after the lunch break, I passed out 2 exhibits. Your Honor, one is a public response to ALBA data request -2-1. The other has a confidential attachment attached to it. I would like to have this marked as ALBA Exhibit 8 and 8C.
So marked.
Okay, a couple of questions, but don't go near the confidential information.
I'll try.
Not necessary. Okay. Please take a look at the first page of the company's response to ALBA data request 2-1. And if you take a look at the company's...
Could you hold off for just a second?
Sure.
It's still
Oh.
coming here to us.
Sure.
I know. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Lawson, take a look at the bottom of the first page under Part A, under Washington Gas's response. And you note the second sentence says, the company notes that no cost associated with the retention of witness Fang are included in the company's proposed revenue requirement in this case. You see
That's
that?
right. Yes,
Just because I forgot, you are the sponsor of this request.
I am.
And it's true and correct, best to your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So is it your response, or is the company indicating by that sentence that it will never seek recovery of the cost for witness Fang for her services in this case?
No, I couldn't commit to that. That would be a future case if we were to seek recovery.
Okay. Please try to speak into the mic because I didn't hear the last
I'm
part
sorry.
of your answer.
That would be a future case if we were to seek recovery.
Okay, so can you tell the commission when the company will seek the recovery of those costs for witness Fang?
If we do, it would be in a yet-to-be-determined future rate case.
Okay. Okay. Is the company going to seek recovery of costs for all outside consultants in this proceeding?
I'm not going to commit one way or the other at this point. That I would have to make that decision at that time based on the facts and circumstances.
No, I'm asking you about this proceeding, not the next proceeding. For
Oh, I'm
all
sorry.
consultants. I'll
I'm
ask
sorry.
it again. Is it the company going to seek recovery of costs for any other outside consultants in this proceeding?
I'll just note,
Your Honor, please let the witness answer instead of counsel.
Here's what I'll say. I'm not sponsoring the regulatory expense adjustment. To the extent there were regulatory expense costs that would have been recorded on the company's books prior to September of 25, it's possible they would be in this case on a normalized basis. Generally, we normalize take a 3-year average of expenses, so it's possible. But I do know there is not a dime from witness Fang's services in this case.
Okay. Is the company does the company intend to seek the recovery of any outside consultant whose costs are not recovered in this case in another base rate proceeding?
It's certainly possible, and would comport with commission practice.
Your Honor, that's all that I have. I'd like to move the admission of AOBA Exhibit 8 and 8C.
Without objection, so admitted. People's Counsel.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Lawson.
Good afternoon.
So you turn to page 6 of your rebuttal. So, I guess starting at the top, line 1, going through line 5, you say that, isolating the company's distribution charges, your analysis shows that the compound annual growth rate of the average residential customer distribution bill is 1.72% between 2006 and 2025.
Yes,
Yes. Or sorry, that's what you.
that is what I said. Yes, sir.
Yes. What assumptions was the company making about in doing this analysis?
Well-
Like what usage assumptions?
So one of the things you need to do in order to make an appropriate comparison between the 2006 period and 2025 period would be, I need to assume the same usage, right? Because we do know that over time, customer usage for the last 50 years has trended downward over time as appliances become more efficient and as, more recently, the climate becomes warmer. So to conduct that analysis, I used the average residential heating customer therms that we had proposed in this case on a normal weather basis, 748 therms. I applied the company's actual rates from 2006 to 2025, and that's how I came up with those numbers. I generated a total distribution bill and compared those numbers, and then took as you can see, the CPI over the same period and made those comparisons.
Can you remind me, does the 748 firms, is that divided like per year? Is that divided evenly by month?
It is not. I actually have, one of the benefits I have is I have all of the rates as they were in effect by each month for each of those years. And I took the monthly distribution from the normal weather study and made that calculation.
So what I'm asking is, and what I'm getting at is, WGL used to have like step rates where the more usage the customer had, the higher the rate was. And I'm asking whether, essentially, the company, or was the usage assumptions, particularly for the past when this graduated rate was in effect, were the usage assumptions weighted by, weighted by month? Like, for example, were the winter months higher than the summer months? And because
That's
that
right.
that would impact rate.
That's right. And so when we use the normal weather, when we use the normal weather therms, it produces that monthly amount. And then I can see the old block rate structure had a first block of 25 therms. And then after that, I believe it was 100, the next 100 therms, and the third block was anything over 125 therms. And based on the actual therm distribution per month, I could apply the block rates to the usage by the month. So,
Okay. Is the details of your analysis included in your testimony somewhere?
no, and no one asked me either.
All right, nothing further.
Okay, MEA? No questions? Okay, CCAN? Okay, staff?
Staff does have some questions, Your Honor. Hello, Mr. Lawson.
Hello.
Could you please turn to your rebuttal testimony at pages 4 through 11? We would like to ask a few more questions about the return to ratepayers of the non-protected excess accumulated deferred income taxes, or EDITs,
Sure.
that Washington Gas currently holds.
Okay.
So to refresh everyone's memory, is it accurate to say that non-protected EDITs in this case are funds that Washington Gas recovered from ratepayers to pay corporate income taxes, but that Washington Gas no longer owes to the government because of the tax reduction in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which reduced federal corporate income taxes from 35% to 21%?
That is true.
And were you present to hear Witness Bell's testimony regarding these non-protected edicts on Monday?
I was.
Excellent. Okay, to ensure the development of an accurate and complete record, and because it has been a couple of days since Witness Bell testified, I'm going to go back over some of what I covered with Witness Bell, but I plan to do that in a somewhat abbreviated way. In your rebuttal testimony, you state that you do not agree with Staff Witness Valcarengi's recommendation that Washington Gas return the balance of those non-protected edicts to customers over a period of 1 year, correct?
That's right.
And you recall from Witness Bell's testimony that edicts can be either protected or non-protected, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that protected edicts must be returned to ratepayers under a schedule, referred to as the average rate assumption method, or ARAM? Is that correct?
Correct.
And non-protected or unprotected edicts, by contrast, are not required to be returned to ratepayers under ARAM or any other particular schedule, correct?
Correct.
So the Commission could order non-protected edicts to be returned to ratepayers under any schedule the Commission deemed best, correct?
Yes.
So if I could refer you now to page 4, lines 9 through 18, and footnote 1 of your rebuttal testimony. And you refer, are you ready?
I am.
Um,
Sorry, I was just reading the passage.
Okay, good, good. Well, take your time.
I'm
You're
ready.
Okay. So you refer there to the letter order issued by the Commission in 2018, which accepted Washington Gas's proposal regarding the schedules under which Washington Gas would return to ratepayers the non-protected edicts created by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, correct?
I believe so. Just make sure I got a hold of that. But yes, I think so.
In footnote
Yeah,
1.
yes, sorry.
Okay. So you are familiar with the 2018 letter order?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Your Honors, could I approach to give the witness a copy of the 2018 letter order along with Washington Gas's filings? And
You may.
the staff book sheet? Would any of you like additional copies for ease of reference?
I would.
Okay. Let me bring up.
What? Yeah.
All right. Let me. Yeah. Why don't you bring up? That should be enough for the Commissioner.
Not as big as.
And I would note again that these are the same documents we handed out Monday, which are included in staff witness Valcarengi's Exhibit DLV-S1, and will be officially made part of the record when witness Valcarengi takes the stand. So, Mr. Lawson, rather than going back over all of the attachments and tables in the 2018 Washington Gas filings, do you agree that in the 2018 letter order referenced in your testimony, the Commission accepted Washington Gas's proposal to create 2 buckets of non-protected edicts? One bucket consisted of non-protected edicts that were not related to plant, and the second bucket consisted of non-protected edicts that were related to plant.
Yes.
And under the accepted proposal, the non-plant, non-protected edicts were set to be returned to ratepayers on a 10-year amortization schedule, correct?
That's right.
And the company is on track to return those in accordance with that schedule, correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
The plant-related non-protected edicts, by contrast, were combined into a category with protected edicts. And that entire combined category was set under the proposal to be returned to ratepayers under an ARAM amortization schedule. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe it was approximately 33.8 years.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So the Commission could decide now to direct the return of those non-protected edicts that it currently holds to ratepayers under a schedule other than ARAM, correct?
Certainly, I think I've acknowledged that several
Yes.
times.
Yes. And is it accurate to say that the 2018 letter order required Washington Gas's proposal to return edits resulting from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act to become effective on February 1st, 2018?
That's my understanding.
So referring to page 4 again of your rebuttal testimony, lines 17 through 22. You have proposed maintaining the ARAM schedule accepted in the 2018 letter order for the approximately $46 million in non-protected edicts that Washington Gas currently holds, correct?
That's right. I mean, realistically, just propose that we continue doing what has been approved in 2018 and the 4 rate cases that have occurred since. I mean, this wasn't a proposal by me. I'm responding to a new proposal from staff.
Right. I'm just clarifying what the arrangement was under the
Got it.
2018 order. Yes. And your recommendation is that we just stay with that arrangement.
That's right. I think there's a reason the Commission adopted ARAM to begin with.
Okay. And so that means that Washington Gas would return those non-protected edicts to ratepayers over the course of the next 25 years, because that 25 years constitutes the remaining portion of the overall approximately 33-year ARAM amortization period, which began running in 2018, correct?
That's right. Maybe I didn't say it as artfully as I should have, but yes, that's what I meant.
No, just for clarification. All right. So on that ARAM schedule, as witness Bell confirmed, and as I believe, well, I guess you hadn't said that yet. On that ARAM schedule, as witness Bell confirmed, the approximately $46 million in non-protected edicts that Washington Gas currently holds would not be fully returned to customers until 2051, correct?
That's correct, but I think we're missing part of the story here. Right, I think that what we're talking about is the idea of returning $42 million to customers this year, or giving them $42 million over the next 25 years, and that's not the comparison that we're making, right? The edicts function a lot like a company investment, where we make an investment in plant, right, and then we receive depreciation, so return on and then return of that. This edict functions pretty much that same way for customers. So while that balance is, the customers have made an investment. So while that balance has not been returned, customers are getting the pro rata share returned each year. and essentially earning a return on that unreturned. So the unamortized balance, if everyone's familiar with our Empower proceedings, we talked a lot about return on the unamortized balance. Customers are earning a return on that, which is reflected as a lower revenue requirement each year until those are amortized. That's the basis for which I'm saying that I think ARAM is in the long-term best interest of customers. We went through a lot of hand-wringing and proceedings to get out of paying that return on Empower balances, and those are a fraction of what we're talking about here. So so I'm thinking about this from the customer perspective. I didn't even touch on, how this impacts the company. Customers will receive far more than $42 million in rate benefits by continuing with ARAM. It's a matter of who do I want to give these benefits to and over what period? Who gets them, right? I think is the question that you have to grapple with.
Thank you. And could I ask you now to refer to Washington Gas's response to staff data request number 284, which was attached as Exhibit DLV-S1 to staff witness Valcarengi's surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding. And Your Honors, this is the same data request that I distributed on Monday. If I may, could I approach to give the witness a copy?
You may.
And would all of you like additional copies for reference?
Is this part of what you had given us prior?
Yes. This
Oh,
is
in that case, no.
You don't need it. Okay. Just brought extras for reference in case anyone wanted. All right. So, Mr. Lawson, if you could take a look at page 1 of that document. Is it accurate to
The
state...
attachment or attachment 1?
If you look at page 1, the actual question posed in the data request.
I'm there.
Okay. And is it accurate to state that it asks, please provide the balance of protected and non-protected edicts by month from January 2018 through 2026?
Yes.
Okay. And I won't repeat the questions that I covered with witness Bell now, but I did have some additional questions for you on this. So looking at the right-hand column entitled Unprotected on the first page of the readout of data.
Yes. I'm looking at it.
Okay. Is it accurate to state that the amount of non-protected edicts held by Washington Gas at the time the 2018 letter order was issued was approximately 40 million?
Yes.
And looking at the end of that document, the last numbers listed, is it accurate to state that Washington Gas is now holding approximately 46 million in non-protected edicts, as we've discussed?
Yes.
So is it...
I just want to make one thing clear. I'm not a tax expert. In no way can I speak to the accuracy of these calculations. I'm here to talk about this from a rate making perspective.
Understood.
So I just want to make that clear. I don't want to get out of my lane too much here.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
So is it accurate to state that Washington Gas is actually now holding approximately $6 million more in non-protected edicts than it was holding 8 years ago in 2018 when the Commission accepted Washington Gas's proposal to return those edicts to ratepayers?
Yes, although I don't believe we're actually holding more edicts. I think Witness Bell covered this either yesterday or the day before, right? It was just a reclassification between protected and unprotected, which were being amortized over the same period. So it's not really a creation of new tax benefits, which I think I know where you're going. So,
but there's a greater amount being held as non-protected versus protected.
Yeah, that's right.
Than was being held in 2008.
That's right.
Correct. Okay, thank you. And so could you refer once again to the 2018 letter order? And looking at the last sentence of that letter order, is it accurate to say that it states, quote, if additional tax savings are identified that were not addressed in WGL's previous filings in this matter related to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, WGL is required to make a filing with the Commission to return those savings to customers as soon as possible.
Your
Is that
Honor,
correct?
I am gonna object. I feel like we did actually ask the same question of witness Bell.
Well, I asked witness Bell if she knew if Washington Gas had made any filings pursuant to that, given the increase or the reclassification that happened in 2024. So the reason I'm asking this question of Mr. Lawson is to ask if he knows whether Washington Gas.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I believe the answer is no, and I think I actually just addressed why in the previous question, which is there weren't additional tax savings identified, right? It's the same, there's the same amount of excess deferred taxes. We're just shifting between protected and unprotected, and they're both being amortized over the same period. So there's no new tax savings identified, right? So it's the same amount of tax savings. We're just now changing the label from protected to unprotected.
Right, but if, as we've discussed, changing that label from protected to unprotected changes whether those can be returned to ratepayers on an ARAM schedule versus some other schedule.
No, I think that's true,
Right.
but I
So-
don't think that I don't think that created any new tax savings because the commission had made the decision that that the company was returning these over ARAM. So the tax savings were the same.
But it added 13.8 million in tax savings that could have been returned to ratepayers on a schedule other than ARAM, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And now if you could please refer to page 9 of your rebuttal testimony. And you state there that the company has offered an alternative proposal under which the company would return the balance of non-protected edicts to customers through an amortization period of 10 years instead of 25, correct?
That was a compromise offer, yes.
And would that alternative proposal, would the alternative proposed 10-year amortization period run from the date on which the order in this instant case becomes final?
Yes.
Okay. So if that alternative 10-year amortization period were accepted, the non-protected edicts produced by the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would not be fully returned to customers until 2036, correct?
Sounds right.
About, well, it would be 18 years after, is that
Sometimes
correct?
I struggle with the one. That sounds right to me.
In total, 18 years after the date on which the customer ordered the return of those non-protected edicts to begin, correct? In 2018.
It's fair.
Okay, thank you. And could you refer now to page 6 of your rebuttal testimony? Lines 19 through 21. Actually, just line 20, actually. And do you state there that the edicts that Washington Gas holds are a, quote, source of cost-free financing, end quote?
Yes, that's the whole explanation I gave earlier about customers earning a return, right? Return on that. Yes,
Okay.
that
All right.
that's what I meant by that explanation.
Great, thank you. Staff has no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect.
None, Your Honor.
All righty, then. That means the case for the company is concluded. Oh, I'm so excited to be at the end of this. Commissioner Suchman.
Oh, so I can't ask my 4 hours worth of questions? Yeah, I know. I would incur the eternal. Anyway, no questions.
Hoover.
No questions for me.
McLean.
Actually do have one one area I want to hit. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
In Mr. Oliver's rebuttal, he noted that it was his understanding that Washington Gas has one unaccounted for gas factor for all three jurisdictions. Is that correct, sir?
That's right. We're an integrated system.
So, and he noted that Washington, D.C.'s leak rate is 5 times greater than Virginia and Maryland.
He did.
Do you agree with that?
Subject to check.
Okay. And I guess his point was, why is it appropriate for Maryland and Virginia to pay a higher unaccounted for gas factor when most of the majority of the leaks are in Washington, D.C.?
So I don't actually think there's a lot of evidence that suggests that unaccounted for gas is driven by leaks. And so I'd say that's the reason. I mean, we discussed in our last case, and Mr. Oliver did address in this case his concern about changing some of the billing convention that we've had. And we believe that when we can get that squared away, that will have a pretty substantial impact on that Lawson unaccounted for gas. And we are continuing to pursue that.
Okay, yeah, that's I guess a good transition. I wasn't going to ask that, but where do things stand with that? I guess the way I read Mr. Oliver's testimony, he wasn't necessarily happy that the company hadn't addressed the unaccounted for gas issues in this matter.
Understandable, and I would like to have done it myself because I don't want to be answering questions about it for the next 5 cases. The reality is you're changing long-standing billing convention here that has been in place for at least 30 years or more. And if we're going to make these changes, we need to do it all at one time, right? And there are impacts and things that I need to account for. I can't do this outside of a case. I need to make sure, because when I make these changes, it's going to increase slightly the amount of gas that customers are billed for. Now, because my cost of service isn't going to go up, the rate will have a correspondingly lower impact, but it does, it is something that needs to be reflected across all 3 jurisdictions, and by that I mean I need to adjust billing determinants in Virginia and D.C. as well as Maryland when I make these changes. Not necessarily in a D.C. or a Virginia rate case at that time. We can handle it here. But in order to get jurisdictional allocations correct, and to make sure that that everything is lining up properly. The reason why I didn't bring him forward in this case, we've been looking to identify, if you've looked at some of the reasons that we've identified, there was a change in the standard pressure regulator. And we've been working to identify all those customers. We have 1.1 million customers, and to identify all the customers who got that slight pressure increase. And we've been able to identify every customer since 2017 when we went to SAP through our service data. Prior to SAP, I don't have that data yet, and I didn't want to come into this commission to make these changes without having a full scope. I just didn't think that would meet your burden. So I want to pursue that further to see if we can come up with through old records that we could try to pull out from SAP, and if I can't, we're going to have to come up with another solution. So that's my answer.
I know you don't know when your next rate case is going to be, but realistic that you'll have potential proposed resolution by then, or will it just be like a status?
Here's what I could commit to. I could commit to bringing the tariff changes in. If I have customers that I can't identify as the new higher pressure, I could assume that there's still the standard 5.5-inch water column regulator until I do, and make the adjustments there. And what would happen is, over time, as we identify, we would just slowly make, the changes for the customer. You can do that with a smaller subset. If I'm making all these, I can't do that with all of the changes combined, because it would have customers paying more than they should. But I can do it with these one-offs without too much disruption, I believe.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have, sir.
Commissioner Litton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions, but just wanted to welcome Mr. Lawson back to the commission, former technical staffer.
It's been a long time.
Well, that's right. Yeah, okay.
Not much has changed, though.
Yeah.
At least in the building.
Same building, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. Any case, thank you very much. I don't have any questions, and I believe that's it for the company, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to People's Counsel, and all your witnesses are virtual, correct? I was going to ask you, yeah.
Are we going? Excuse me, Your Honor. I thought. Well, I guess I don't. Were the other witnesses excused? Normally the other interveners go first, then us. But we're happy to go. Actually.
Well, I have witnesses from you. I have nobody from MEA, and I have staff, which I want to have go last.
Okay.
No, I was. See, how much time do you need? We need 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I just need to mark at the right time Mr. Tim Oliver and Mr. Bruce Oliver's testimony and have them moved into evidence.
Can we do that right now?
Sure.
I think we can do that right now. Let's do that. Yeah, I guess I would.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to mark the direct testimony of AOBA witness Bruce R. Oliver, entitled Volume 1 of 2, consisting of an executive summary, testimony pages 1 through 66, exhibits BRO-1 through BRO-7 inclusive, attachment A and attachment B. Believe that would be AOBA Exhibit 9.
So marked.
I would also like to mark the surrebuttal testimony of AOBA witness Bruce R. Oliver, consisting of an executive summary, pages 1 through 32, exhibits BRO-SR-1 and BRO-SR-2 and attachment A as AOBA Exhibit 10.
So marked.
And I would like to mark the direct testimony of Timothy B. Oliver, consisting of 50 pages of testimony, exhibits TBO-1 through TBO-4, and attachment A as AOBA Exhibit 11.
So marked.
And I'd like to have AOBA's Exhibits 9, 10, and 11 moved into evidence.
Without objection, so entered.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so are we ready to? Okay. Yeah.
Am I allowed to ask a question about an exhibit, whether it was marked or not?
Yes, go ahead.
Exhibit 7, AOBA Exhibit 7, I don't have that as being marked. I have 3 to 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Well, we can remark and enter them. I thought we had, but
How about if I look through this stack of papers and get back to you during the next
okay.
break? Okay, thank you.
That's acceptable. Good.
Did it end at 6? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will check.
Mr. Hopkins, can you hear us?
Oh, it's going to be your call. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, that's part of the
Mr. Hopkins?
Yes, hi. That's better. I thought you might have said something before, but it was a little garbled. That's better.
Okay, we'll go back on the record in a second.
Proceed. Yeah, okay, the microphone's working, so please introduce your witness.
Is that good? Are you okay?
Is he going to get sworn in?
Yeah, well,
Well, how does...
Call Asa Hopkins to stand.
Thanks. OPC calls our first witness, Asa Hopkins, to the stand.
Mr. Hopkins, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do so affirm.
And could you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Asa Hopkins, Asahopkins.
And could you provide your business address?
485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02139.
and Mr. Hopkins, before you begin, this is Chairman Kumar Barve. I just want you to tell us that you're in that room by yourself during this testimony.
I am indeed by myself.
Thank you. Please
And not
proceed.
in communication with anyone.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Hopkins, can you please state your place of employment and role with the company?
My role is that I'm the Senior Vice President for Consulting at Synapse Energy Economics.
And Mr. Hopkins, do you have before you a document entitled Public Direct Testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, filed in this case on March 31st, 2026, as amended by the errata filed April 6, 2026, which includes 76 pages of narrative testimony and 10 attachments?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to have Mr. Hopkins' direct testimony marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 4 and the confidential as OPC Exhibit 4C.
Both so marked.
Was this document before you prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or updates to make to your testimony at this time?
No.
And if you were asked the same questions today under oath, would all of your answers be the same?
Yes.
I move that OPC Exhibit 4 and 4C be entered into the record.
So entered. And Mr. Hopkins, if you could, please speak a little closer to your microphone.
Right. Will do.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hopkins, do you have before you a document entitled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, filed in this case on May 13th, 2026, which consists of 27 pages of narrative testimony?
I do.
Your Honor, I would like to have Mr. Hopkins' Sir Rebuttal Testimony marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 5.
So marked.
And the confidential version as OPC Exhibit 5C.
So marked.
Was this Sir Rebuttal Testimony before you, prepared by you under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to make to your Sir Rebuttal Testimony at this time?
No.
And if you were asked the same question today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that OPC Exhibit 5 and 5C be admitted into evidence.
Without objection, so admitted.
Okay. The witness is available for cross-examination.
No cross, Your Honor.
Yeah, I was. What order do we go in? I'm trying to remember. Well, companies last. That's right. Okay. MEA. CCAN. Nothing. Okay. In that case, staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hopkins, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Kenneth Albert on behalf of staff. You recognize that one of the Commission's key duties is protecting public safety, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
And in this case, I want to just do a high-level review of the models, the dispute, in this case, on the risk models that are being used, cost-benefit models that are being used in prioritizing these capital expenditures, including the pipe replacements. So you're aware the Commission has relied on the so-called JANA model to prioritize pipeline and other pipeline replacement projects and other capital projects based on the amount of risk that could be mitigated per dollar of the project, correct?
Just want to clarify, did you say the Commission has done that or the WGL has done that?
Well, the Commission has endorsed in approving the Stride 3 plan that Washington Gas is now operating under. Washington Gas came in and presented the JANA model as the basis for their selection of the projects and prioritization of the projects.
Right. Yes, that's correct.
And that mitigatable is kind of a big word there, but essentially the mitigatable risk that's a focus of the JANA model takes the probability of an incident, or that could be a failure of a piece of pipe, and then multiplies it by the consequences of the failure with the scoring system they use to give these numerical values. You recognize that?
Yes, that's correct. Only some of the things that are quantified would be counted as incidents from a PHMSA perspective, but they're all failures of the asset in one sort or another.
Okay, and the JANA model, by looking at the cost savings by looking at the safety benefit, safety benefit associated with each dollar of investment, it's focused on the safety aspect of capital expenditures.
I would disagree with that. Only 3% of the risk that the model quantifies is related to health and safety or damage to third-party assets from an explosion or an ignition. Most of what's being characterized in the risk is the costs associated with addressing the 1,000+ leaks on the system every year that do not cause any sort of harm to life or property.
But any leak, gas leak, we're talking about gas leaks out of a pipe segment, correct?
Correct.
Now any leak could potentially become an incident, could lead to an explosion or an injury or fatality, because that's the nature of a leak. A leak can continue to grow. It doesn't stay static such that you can just ignore it and assume it just stay the way it is, correct?
That's correct. The various programs and processes that the company uses to identify leaks, to respond to them, et cetera, are essential parts of an overall risk mitigation strategy.
And your proposal is to prioritize projects based solely on the cost of the replacement as compared to repair and maintenance costs that would be associated if you don't replace it. So you have a piece of pipe that's leaking, and you say the calculation would be it would cost $100 to replace the piece of pipe, or you'd be paying $75 a year for maintenance on that piece of pipe, given the fact that you know it has a leak condition or is corroded to the point where it's about to leak. So it's a cost benefit between the cost and the cost of the upgrade versus the avoided cost by doing the upgrade, correct?
I would want to clarify something on it. I think WGL's witnesses maybe got a little confused on this as well. What I'm critiquing is preemptive, proactive replacement before there is a leak on the pipe. And the question is, when is it reasonable to replace this before it's leaking? So if there's some chance that any given pipe will leak at some point in the future, it might get hit by a backhoe, in which case you need to address it. It might leak because of corrosion. It might leak from some other purpose, and the response process would occur at that time. It might be appropriate at that time WGL has a process to identify whether it makes more sense to repair the leak or replace the asset, et cetera. All of that question of what happens after it leaks is not part of what my critique is. My critique is it's not yet leaking. It has some chance of leaking. WGL's analysis in the case of the service lines, for example, indicated that a given service will leak sometime in the next 100 years. It has some chance of leaking this year. And the question is, if it has some chance of leaking this year, is it worth replacing this year to get ahead of that chance?
But doesn't the JANA, I'm sorry, I want to make sure you get your full answer in.
Yeah, so with respect to the JANA model, for example, I was just talking about the other part of my testimony about the service line cost effectiveness. But with respect to the JANA model, that model quantifies based on the likelihood that the asset will leak in the coming year and the consequence that might occur, the range of consequences that might occur in response to that leak. But it's still it's still in a situation where it's a proactive look that there's some chance that something will happen on this pipe in this year and in future years. Is it worthwhile? My question that I think the company should have asked and hasn't asked is it worthwhile to replace this asset today, given the various chances of the various kinds of things that might happen over the course of the coming years?
Now you're saying the model, it can also be applied to pipe that's either known to be in an advanced state of corrosion or already leaking to some extent, correct? You seem to suggest that this model is only used for pipes that there's no question about their integrity is sound and it's mere speculation whether something can go wrong. Am I correct there?
My understanding is that the current state of a given asset, whether it is currently leaking or not, is not part of the JANA model analysis. JANA model analysis looks at the system assumed in its current state across all the different assets and simply assigns values, risk-related values, likelihoods, consequences to those assets based on non-asset specific condition information. Just that it is this old, it's this material, it's in this kind of location, et cetera. But not whether it has at the current moment is in a particular condition of leaking or not leaking.
Though again, wouldn't that be in the probability factor? Isn't the burden on Washington Gas to assign, look at precisely what you're saying? If it's a brand new piece of pipe and there's no issues with it, it would be assigned an extremely low probability factor. By contrast, and again, the JANA model defines risk as the product, the multiplication of the probability of failure by the severity of the consequence of a failure, such as, to take the extreme case, an explosion. So my point to you is, isn't the whole point of a fully probabilistic model, which is the term PHMSA and other agencies use to characterize JANA, to take into account the very likelihoods that you're saying JANA, you seem to be suggesting that JANA does not consider?
No,
Before you, I'm going to
I
object.
fully agree that JANA takes into account all of those things. The question is, one, whether the company actually used those.
Mr. Hopkins, if
I
you
didn't
could
know
stop for a
Well,
second.
but I think I'm having a hard time following staff's question. Could you simplify it so that he could answer it?
Sure, you raise, that's fine. Again, to restate it, you raise concerns about saying that JANA does not, it takes assets that really don't have a very low risk, if any, and all of a sudden bundles them into this equation and sort of can be used as the justification by the utility to say, well, we need to do this project. And my point to you isn't that the whole point of, again, it's called a fully probabilistic model is the term of art for it, where its very purpose is to take into account the probabilities, obviously a forecast, but based on the engineering expertise of the company, of the likelihood of this asset incurring an incident, which is their sort of polite way of saying possibly exploding.
Go ahead.
Yes, I understand that. I fully agree that the JANA model does all the things you just described. And could be used to do all of the kinds of analysis that I think the company should be doing, to compare the costs and benefits, et cetera. The issue is that the actual values, that the actual likelihoods and the actual consequences that the company has identified with respect to the likelihood of different kinds of events happening, and the consequences after, I would argue, they need to be corrected in various ways, as I laid out in my testimony, that when you put those pieces together and you take the likelihood times the consequence of all the different kinds of things that could happen, that the actual risk on the system is simply not as high as the risk that the company claims that it is. And that when you compare that amount of risk to the total cost the ratepayers are being asked to pay to mitigate that risk, that's not a good deal from the ratepayer standpoint. The fundamental question, of course, being utility didn't actually bother to make that comparison at all to figure out whether it was a good deal, to demonstrate that it was making a prudent choice in proceeding, even with its own faulty parameters for JANA, it didn't make the comparison. But once it made that comparison and looked closely at its numbers, it would have also determined that its numbers were wildly unrealistic.
So if I understand you correctly, one of your concerns is the input, not so much, you seem to be saying, putting aside the factors, let's assume the factors are correct, that is, defining risk as the probability of an incident times multiplied by the probability of it times the severity of the incident, with assigning numbers to that. It's that the actual inputs used by the utility, you challenge those. You think they may exaggerate the risk associated.
Yes, I think that the parameters that WGL is using in its JANA modeling are a long ways off from what those parameters would be or should be if the company was really critiquing those values and really grounding them in the evidence of their actual system.
Though if that's your concern, the inputs, why do you choose a model that's fundamentally different in that JANA, putting aside the actual inputs that Washington Gas or any other of the utilities that use the model, putting aside the actual data they input into the model, it would seem to me you would, recognizing the safety focus of JANA, that is the amount of risk mitigation, to use the JANA jargon, that you achieve with each dollar of investment. I would think you would want to save the model and...
I'm going to have to object. So, like, counsel is testifying. Can you ask...
Your Honor, this is cross-exam. Typically, and you're allowed to ask a leading question to get where you're going if they're witness.
I'm going to overrule you, but let me say this.
Yeah.
For these questions to be effective, they need to be more compact. I'm having difficulty following them, and I'm trying really hard.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So let me try to wrap it up again, just real quick. I appreciate your point. You've got concerns about Washington Gas's, the inputs they're using in the model to run the model. You've got to come out with a score with this. So is an alternative to come up with better inputs but preserve the model itself, given that it has that, the key feature of it is how much risk are you mitigating per dollar of investment?
Absolutely. The key things that the company should be doing are to, one, fix the values that it's using in its model, and two, use the model and its outputs to actually evaluate whether a given project is cost effective. Are the benefits, the risk reduction benefits that come from that project, from that investment, worth the money? Totally fine with using the model. The model is well suited to this purpose. You just got to fix the parameters and you've got to actually use it for this purpose.
That's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Hopkins.
Company.
No cross.
Redirect.
Yes, Mr. Mr. Hopkins, what values are the company currently using in its risk model?
There's, I could find you the specific citation, but there are a set of values in that are in parameters from that are in the company put in its.
You can take your time. If you need to find it, locate it.
Yeah, let me find the particular citation. So, it's buried in footnotes here, sorry. So the consequence values are the values that I believe are in WGL's response to OPC DR 1-9 that lay out the consequence values, and those are the values that I think are way off. I don't have the data to critique or evaluate the likelihood model or likelihood values that were provided in a different attachment, but the real issue is with the consequence values, where if you just take the total consequences that WGL's values would imply and multiply them by the number of leaks that don't ignite or explode, just the number of grade 1, 2, and 3 leaks that occur on the system every year, you just multiply through those consequences, you end up with costs, including hundreds of millions of dollars in cost to WGL's corporate image and reputation, as well as hundreds of millions of dollars of other costs that simply are way higher than the costs that the company actually incurs to do all those things, or that its regulators actually incur to oversee the issues with those leaks. So the costs are simply very much inflated relative to what a normalization to reality would indicate.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Hopkins, do you believe that the company demonstrated that replacement was the most cost-effective mitigation option in some of these projects?
No, because the company didn't actually compare the costs and benefits directly for any of these projects to evaluate whether any of these projects were actually cost-effective.
Okay. OPC has no further redirect.
All right. Well, ordinarily I'm the last person to ask a question, but I'm going to violate my little rule here. I have a and then we'll go to Commissioner Hoover. This is a very simple definitional question for the witness. I'm a little confused as to what you mean by parameters versus data inputs. Tell me what a parameter is. Tell me what a data input is, please.
So the way that the JANA model works, you put in characteristics of each asset, and each asset, the variety of different kinds of threats that could occur to that asset. There's a set of likelihood parameters and a whole bunch of equations and such that are fixed parameters of the model, but you apply them to the data about that particular asset.
Okay, so the parameter is a algorithm or a equation, and the data inputs are the numerical inputs that work the algorithm or the equation.
Correct. The equation has a bunch of variables in it, and so the variable for what is the cost?
No, you know what? You answered your question. You answered the question. Thank you very much, Commissioner Hoover.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So if you could turn to page 60 of your direct testimony, and that's where you start your discussion of WGL's capital system planning process
Yeah.
and your concerns with it. And do you have the company witness Murphy's direct testimony?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you have company witness Murphy's direct testimony available?
I can get it in just a moment, electronically, if you want to refer to it.
Yeah, actually I do. So if you could go to his direct testimony, page 12, diagram 1.
Okay, yeah, I have that up.
Okay, so this is their description of their capital system planning process, correct?
Correct.
And in the middle of it, under the box that says plan projects / programs, there are a series of smaller boxes. My copy is in color, so that's the small, it's the orange colored boxes. You see that?
Yep.
Okay, so when I had a discussion with witness Murphy the other day, it was his contention that the consideration of alternatives to replacing the pipe or the capital projects was done at each step of the process in those orange boxes up to the last one that says place in service. That a consideration was made of alternatives each where along the way, and a project could be taken off of the capital project process to do the alternative. I guess what I want to know from you is, obviously you don't necessarily, from what I read of your testimony, you're not convinced that there's sufficient consideration given to alternatives. So how would you change this process in order to make sure that you're convinced that they have consideration of alternatives?
Yeah, that's a good question. My read of the evidence that Mr. Murphy has provided is that most of the consideration of alternatives, in fact, all of the consideration of alternatives, as far as any sort of non-pipeline alternative or alternative approach to the need at all, is largely done up front at a sort of programmatic screening level. Mr. Murphy provided a set of things that would be, it basically said replacement is our action of choice if any one of the following things are true, and there was a whole list of things which collectively cover a vast majority of the system. If it's at lower pressure, if there's customers connected to it, just those two would capture a very large fraction of the system. So they basically, you apply that initial screen, you just get replacement is our default approach at that point, and the project proceeds into the rest of this process. So that screen happens very early. Instead, what I would suggest is that once the pipes solution has been identified and scoped and costed, that at that point you would also take that project and run it through an evaluation of different other kinds of alternatives, whether those involve assisting customers to disconnect from the system or reconfiguring the system in some way. I do know that they do evaluate things like, oh, well, we're still going to replace this pipe, but there were actually two mains running down the road, so now we're going to consolidate on one, for example, but we're still going to replace that one. So some of those considerations do occur later, but any sort of non-pipeline alternative gets screened out way early. And so I think putting a project level review of what the different kinds of alternatives would be, whether they be to reline instead of replace, whether it be to consider electrification and then being able to abandon the asset rather than replace it, or any number of other hybrid solutions, that there would be a process after the pipes solution is identified, so you know what you're contending against from a cost effectiveness standpoint. It may well be, for example, that the pipe solution doesn't pass the cost effectiveness screen that I was just talking with staff counsel about. but that a non-pipeline alternative does pass that screen, and you could use it to reduce risk by taking a lower cost option that maybe doesn't reduce risk by as much, but also costs a whole lot less, for example. So you could get different balances and bring other kinds of information in to actually pick the best solution rather than to simply assume that the initial take of well replacement is going to be the thing we're going to do here, and then just figure out the best way to do replacement. You need to have a somewhat broader take later in the process, so you can actually be sure that when you've chosen that final approach, that it is actually the best approach and not simply the default approach.
So I guess what you'd be looking for is maybe a separate box that does this specific analysis as part of this process that they have in their process.
Yeah, I think a lot of it would. There's a design and design scope and develop the project cost estimate piece.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Those two at the top of that design iterate, and I would say that there's a parallel or perhaps integrated design alternatives, develop alternatives, and their cost estimates piece that goes alongside that at that stage. Mm-hmm. I think that's the most important place to put that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner McLean.
No question, sir. Thank you.
Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon.
Did you have an opportunity? Did you have an opportunity to hear witness Murphy's testimony yesterday or 2 days ago?
Unfortunately, I was working for other folks at the time and wasn't able to join that time.
Okay. Well, he made some comments in his rebuttal testimony about your comments in your direct testimony, and so I followed up with him regarding what he said about your comments, and I wanted to get your response to his comments.
Well, I'm glad you cleared that up.
Yeah, thank you. It's the echo, So I don't know if since you didn't hear his testimony, I guess I'll point back to his rebuttal testimony. I'm specifically focusing in witness Murphy's rebuttal testimony on page 34 through 36, where he's talking about the company's damage prevention program and how they rely on that in part to prevent third-party damage. He was suggesting that you may not have been aware that the company had that, and I just wanted to get your response to that.
I'm well aware of the company's programs and plans because the particular assets that I was the investment choices that I was evaluating were proactive replacement of assets that are not currently leaking. The damage prevention program is less relevant to those choices. I think the fact that there are as few excavation and other related incidents on the system as there are is a testament to that program and its existence. The parameters that would go absent that program, the parameters that you would put in the risk models and such would be different. You would have greater likelihood of something bad happening, and that would be a bad thing, right? So that damage prevention money, obviously I haven't done a detailed evaluation of the details of the program, but it does seem to me that actually expending more money and really doubling down on that program, if there are any places where the company thinks that they could do more there, could very well be very well worth it in terms of return in ratepayer dollar for safety, particularly because those events are the ones that are the most likely to result in any sort of harm to human health or property.
Okay, so the company also referenced, and in witness Murphy's testimony, he referenced data from PHMSA regarding different threat categories. And apparently the company relies on this data as part of operating and implementing their damage prevention program. Were you familiar with, and are you familiar with, the data that they referenced in witness Murphy's testimony, which I believe is also available on PHMSA's website?
I'm aware of that data. I addressed in my surrebuttal the question of whether that data indicates that it's particularly important to replace assets, whether versus particularly important to focus on excavation. I think the answer is, I would argue that focusing on excavation, given the number of incidents, even though the potential for harm once an incident happens may be slightly lower, the likelihood of those, the number of such incidents, both on WGL system and nationwide, definitely indicates that putting emphasis on avoiding outside force damage, avoiding excavation damage, is well warranted by that data.
Okay, that was my next and last question. So thank you.
Commissioner Suchman.
No questions.
Okay, thank you very much. What? No, I went first. Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Who's your next witness?
I want to say from my standpoint and for the standpoint of the witnesses, I think we all appreciate your flexibility and being willing to hear from us virtually, given the
Yeah, no, it's we always try to be accommodating, although again I must emphasize that we don't want to make this into a precedential situation. We always prefer to have people in the room, but not at all. You're welcome. Okay, who's next?
Chair Bobby, we have Justin Brandt.
Justin Brandt, okay.
Mr. Brandt, could you test your mic?
Good afternoon. Can you see me?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
And could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Justin, Justin, Brandt, Brant.
And could you give us your business address?
4764 East Sunrise Drive, Unit 508, Tucson, Arizona, 85718.
Chair Bobby and Commissioners, before we proceed, I would like to attest that the witness is alone in a separate room and not in communication with anyone else. Mr. Brandt.
That's correct.
Mr. Brandt, do you have before you a document titled Direct Testimony of Justin Brandt, filed in this case on March 31st, 2026, sorry, which includes 55 pages of narrative testimony and 3 attachments?
I do.
Chair Bave, I would like to have Mr. Brandt's direct testimony marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 6.
So marked.
Mr. Brandt, was this document before you prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any correction or updates to make to your testimony at this time?
No.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
I move that OPC Exhibit be entered into the record.
Without objection, so entered.
Mr. Brandt, do you have before you a document titled Cerebral Testimony of Justin Brandt, filed in this case on May 13, 2026, which consists of 20 pages of narrative testimony?
Yes.
Commissioner Balbi, I would like to have Mr. Brandt's cerebral testimony marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 7.
So marked.
And Mr. Brandt, was this cerebral testimony before you prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to make to your cerebral testimony at this time?
No.
And if you are asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Balbi, I would like to move OPC Exhibit 7 to be admitted into evidence.
Without objection, so entered.
Now the witness is available for any cross-examination.
AOPA?
No questions.
Is anybody from MEA here? Okay, we'll go to CCAN. Questions? All right, in that case, we'll go to staff.
No questions, Your Honor.
Alrighty then, we go to the company.
Thank you, Chair Barbe. Mr. Brandt, hi. My name is Vishwa Link. I'm here on behalf of Washington Gas. Can you hear me all right?
Morning. Yeah, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. I just have a few questions. It's with regard to your testimony regarding the company's rate schedule 9 proposal, the contract generation service tariff. And I'm on your sur rebuttal, page 16.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, great. Before we talk about your recommendations here on page 16, do you understand that the company's, one of the reasons the company is proposing rate schedule 9 is to provide speed to power for new customers?
I guess I don't recall that specifically being in the company's testimony. If you could point me to it, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, do you understand what the concept is of speed to power?
Yes.
Okay. Would you accept, subject to check, that that is one of the reasons the company has stated? Otherwise, I could dig and find the reference in Mr. Simone's direct or his rebuttal.
Yeah, I will accept that one of the reasons is to provide speed to power for new data center customers or large load customers.
Okay. And what does that mean to you, speed to power?
I mean, I think speed to power from a customer perspective means their goal to interconnect to the system as quickly as possible.
Okay. So just keeping with that idea of as quickly as possible, do you believe that's a good and worthwhile goal for the company?
I mean, not in and of itself. I think it's the role of this commission and other stakeholders to balance the desire for new customers to have speed to power with appropriate consumer protections to ensure that we're not having speed to power at all costs, and that we are, putting in adequate protections to protect other ratepayers from increased costs and other risks that might come from those new large customers.
Okay, fair enough. Let's focus on page 16, line 17, where you state, given these concerns, I recommend that the commission reject the tariff in this proceeding and open a rulemaking to address minimum terms and consumer protections for contract generation tariffs. Do you see that?
Yeah, and I guess just for clarity, this question and answer is summarizing the recommendations in my direct testimony. So I think the reasoning and more on that is in the direct testimony, not the sur rebuttal.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My question is, if the commission were to adopt this recommendation of yours and open a rulemaking to address minimum terms and consumer protections for contract generation tariffs, do you know how long that rulemaking could possibly take?
I'd imagine it could take a year or two.
A year or two, okay. And then you have an alternative. You say, in the alternative, I recommend that the commission reject the tariff and require WGL to work with stakeholders and refile a modified tariff in a standalone proceeding. You see that?
I do.
Okay. So if the commission were to to adopt that alternative and require WGL to work with stakeholders and refile a modified tariff in a standalone proceeding, do you have a sense of how much time it would take to go through a standalone proceeding on a refiled tariff? Would that be the same year or two?
Likely, probably. It depends how quickly the updated tariff was filed with the commission.
Okay. And there's no sort of statutory deadline for the commission to do either of your alternatives, meaning open a rulemaking or rule on a modified tariff in a standalone proceeding, right?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, so who do we start with? Commissioner McLean.
No, thank you, sir. No questions.
Linton.
No questions.
Suchman.
No questions.
Hoover.
No questions.
Well, lucky you, no questions from me. So we are, oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I completely forgot redirect.
There'll be no redirects.
Okay, well, and apparently no questions from the bench. So call your next witness. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Who's next?
OPC will call James Lako.
Lako.
Also, I think Albert Lynn is in the waiting room.
Okay.
For-
I'll ask about that later.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name?
James Lako, James Leyko.
And could you provide your business address?
Sorry, did you say business address?
Yes, please.
16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Chesterfield, Missouri, 63017, Suite 140.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I attest that Mr. Lako is in a room alone by himself, not in communication with anyone else.
Yes.
Very good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lako. Do you have before you the public and confidential versions of a document entitled The Direct Testimony of James A. Lako as amended by errata filing in this proceeding of April 6, 2026, which includes 31 pages of narrative testimony, 5 public attachments, 1 confidential attachment, and 1 appendix?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to have the public version of Mr. Lako's testimony, direct testimony marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 8.
So marked.
And confidential as 8C.
So marked as well.
Were these documents prepared by you or under your direct supervision, Mr. Lako?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or updates to make to this testimony at this time?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that OPC Exhibit 8 and 8C be entered into the record.
Without objection, so entered.
And Mr. Lako, do you have before you your surrebuttal testimony filed in this case on May 13th, 2026, consisting of 19 pages of narrative testimony and 4 attachments?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to have Mr. Lako's surrebuttal testimony marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 9.
So marked.
Was this surrebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to your surrebuttal testimony at this time?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move that OPC Exhibit 9 be admitted into evidence.
Without objection, so admitted.
And Your Honor, the witness is now available for cross-examination.
Okay, AOPA. CCAN. Staff.
No questions, Your Honor.
Company.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Huh. No, not much of an opportunity for redirect there. Okay, so we'll go to Commissioner Linton first.
Thank you. No questions.
Suchman.
No questions.
Hoover.
So, if you could turn to page 21 of your direct testimony.
Yes.
All right, so that's where you discuss this federal tax issue, for want of a more specific description. Did you hear the testimony of the company's witness from Price Waterhouse the other day?
No, I did not.
All right, well, so to summarize his testimony, his view was that the company's proposal was, in fact, the prudent thing to do, because if they didn't do this, the consequences from the IRS would be relatively severe. And so it was his advice to us that this was the prudent course of action as opposed to what you're suggesting.
So, did you ask what my recommendation was, or?
Well, I know what your recommendation is. What I want you to explain to me is why you think that your recommendation, I guess, is more prudent than the company's recommendation actually for us to provide the funds for this. Because it's your recommendation that we hold off and not do this. It was the company's contention that we do it in this proceeding because of the pressure from the IRS that it needs to be done in the next regulatory proceeding.
And I agree with the company's statement that it needs to be done at the earliest opportunity, and this is part of the earliest opportunity. I addressed that a little bit in my rebuttal testimony, but my recommendation is not to sort of ignore what the IRS has, the guidance the IRS has given to other utilities, but to consider that guidance and then confirm with the IRS that a change is needed. And prior to making a rate-making change, they can propose it in this case, but say that, pending the IRS's review and pending the IRS's response to the private letter ruling that Washington Gas has already filed for. They've already asked the IRS for clarification to confirm that this rate-making change is needed. And once they receive that from the IRS, they'll know, for sure whether the IRS has, agrees with their interpretation of the normalization rules and whether or not, what was being applied to Indiana, Michigan, and the other utilities and the private letter rulings that the company provided as part of it, as one of their exhibits, that indeed the circumstances around Washington Gas are, substantially similar enough that this change is required. And then at that time, the company is already committed to filing the IRS's response with the commission, and at that time, they can file with the commission the necessary rate-making change.
Okay, thank you.
McLean?
No, sir.
And I have no questions either, so thank you very much. You're free to go. Who's next?
Albert Lynn.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
By the way, what becomes of David Garrett? I'm curious.
I'll enter him. I'll enter his testimony in last, I think.
Okay.
That's okay.
Personal call?
Do I push the button over here, or I can do it? It's just a Zoom, right?
There. Okay.
Mr. Lynn, can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
And could you please state your first and last name? Spell it for the record.
Yes, it's Albert Lynn, ALBERT LIN.
And could you provide your business address?
Yes, 26732 Via La Jolla in San Juan Capistrano, California, 92675.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Lynn.
Hello.
This is Ryan Chu from OPC. Since I think it occurs to me you probably can't see any of us back here. Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Albert Lynn, as amended by errata filing in this case of April 6, 2026, which includes 58 pages of narrative testimony and 4 attachments?
Are you going to verify that?
Oh, sorry. I forgot. I attest that Mr. Lynn is alone in a room by himself, not in communication with anyone else, right?
I am.
And, sorry, I'll repeat the question. Do you have your direct testimony before you? I guess I'll shorten it.
I do.
Your Honor, I would like to have Mr. Lynn's direct testimony marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 10.
So marked.
Was this document prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections or updates to make to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, I move that OPC Exhibit 10 be entered into the record.
Without objection, so entered.
And Mr. Lynn, do you also have before you your surrebuttal testimony filed in this case on May 13th, 2026, consisting of 47 pages of testimony and 5 attachments?
Yes, I do.
I would like to have Mr. Lynn's rebuttal testimony marked as OPC Exhibit 11.
So marked.
Was this rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to make to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that OPC Exhibit 11 be admitted into evidence.
Without objection, so admitted.
And, Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
AOPA. No questions. Okay. MEA. MEA, no. CCAN. All right. Staff.
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Lynn. Kenneth Albert for Commission staff. Now, in calculating your proposed ROE of 6.74%, you rely exclusively on forecasts of equity market returns by financial advisors, asset managers, and academic institutions. I'm referring to page 28 of your direct. Excuse me, page 21 of your direct. Now, you're aware that the typical investor in utility stocks places a lot of emphasis on the utility's historical and forecasted earnings. Correct?
Yes.
So why does your analysis fail to consider either historical or forecasted earnings of the proxy group members?
Well, those figures have nothing to do with measuring the current cost of equity, which is really what the Supreme Court is guiding the Commission to do, is to find the right rate of return for equity investors, meaning the cost of equity, to set the current ROE. Using historically approved numbers is certainly not a sensible or reasonable way to do it.
But you recognize that investors, that is a source of information that investors put a lot of emphasis on, correct? I mean, we have Value Line, we have Standard & Poor's. They spend a lot of resources and they charge a lot of money to provide all sorts of historical and forecasted data. So would that suggest that investors do rely on this information?
I would say investors rely on some of it, but there are many, many factors. So in total, I would not say it's the primary source of information. But yes, it would be something a rational investor would consider.
Though in your, as you say, your development of the ROE does not rely on that factor. You're saying it's separate and apart. You're distinguishing your forecast of the appropriate equity return as compared to what investors are looking at, correct?
Well, I mean, the numbers I'm using are from some of the largest investors in the world, so I can't say that it's divorced or separate from investor expectations or investor returns, because they represent some of the biggest in the world.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Company? Redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Questions from the bench. Will begin with Commissioner Suchman.
No questions.
Hoover.
No, I'm fine. No question.
McLean.
No question, sir.
Linton.
No questions.
None from me.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Lynn. So I would now just finish up with Mr. Garrett's testimony. I guess I would like to mark Mr. Garrett's direct, the errata version filed, sorry, I forget the date, April 6, 2026, to be marked as OPC Exhibit 12.
So marked.
And his rebuttal marked OPC Exhibit 13.
So marked.
And move that they be admitted.
Without objection, so entered.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's OPC's case.
There you go. Okay, so MEA has no witnesses, and neither does AOPA, so we go to staff. But I'll tell you what, why don't we take a 10-minute break? See you, let's see, it's, well, yeah, 2:40. Okay, let's get started.
Mr. Albert.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would, commission staff would call as its first witness, Mr. Negusi Tesfaye.
Okay.
I thought you were going with Lily Tisco.
I'm sorry?
Who's, not Lily Tisco?
Not first. Yeah, I'm sorry. We did rearrange, Your Honor. We did rearrange.
That's good. Don't worry.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
First name is Negusse, Negusie. My last name is Tesfaye, Pesfaye.
And could you give us your business address?
My business address is 6 St. Paul Street, Baltimore, Maryland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tesfaye. What is your job title at the commission?
Good morning, Council. My job and the title as a commission, I am a pipeline safety engineer at the Public Service Commission.
And what does it mean, a safety engineer?
Safety engineer means transportation of hazardous liquid and gas through the pipeline systems. So the safety engineer makes sure the utility companies follow the regulatory requirement to deliver gas services to the customers.
Okay, and did you prepare direct testimony in this proceeding that was filed on March 31?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes to that testimony?
No change except I already provided some additional information. Staff.
Right, we'll get to that in a sec.
Okay.
We would ask, if I got my numbers right, that Mr. Tesfaye's direct testimony would be marked as Staff Exhibit 9.
So marked.
Sorry. That would be 10?
Well, the consensus is 10, so let's go with that.
Okay, I'll go with that. No problem.
So marked.
And did you prepare, sir rebuttal testimony that was filed in this proceeding on May 13?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No, I don't have.
Your Honor, we would ask Mr. Negusi's direct testimony we've marked as 10, so we would ask that Mr. Tesfaye's, sir rebuttal be marked as Staff Exhibit 11.
So marked.
Now, do you have additional information to present to the Commission in response to questions on the first day of the hearing?
Yes, I do. I have a staff data request 8-4 provided by Washington Gas to the staff.
Can I distribute this to the parties, please?
Yes.
Okay. What's that? Oh, that's fine. It's one sheet. Well, can we get... Yeah, it's just one sheet. It's just one sheet. So he just printed it.
Okay.
Right, but it's one sheet. The ones we copied.
Just hit it with a rock.
Yeah. No, I didn't make it.
Are we, is that it?
Okay. Yes.
Several more down here.
Yeah.
Sure, let me make sure this is distributed, and then I'll ask Mr. Tefeye to,
8-4 is what we're looking at, right?
Yes.
Council? Thank you.
we've got plenty of them.
8-4.
They're all the same, yeah. Mr. Tesfaye, could you just briefly review what you, the information here and how it responds to what?
Do you want to mark this in any way?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Chair Barve. Staff would ask to mark this as Staff Exhibit 12.
So marked. Oh, and did you want to enter the testimony?
Yes, okay, thank you. So we would ask to move into the record Mr. Negusi's direct testimony, which was marked as Exhibit 10, and Mr. Tesfaye's rebuttal testimony, which we marked as Staff Exhibit 11.
Without objection, so entered.
Mr. Chairman, I'm confused about what you just handed out. So you received this document on March 17th?
Yes.
Well, it's dated March 17th. And Mr. Tesfaye, are you the sponsor of this exhibit? Or the-
Washington Gas is a sponsor of this.
Okay, so the concern I have is these people have already testified, and we can't ask any questions. I'm not really understanding what you're offering us. Perhaps you can explain. It's one thing to offer a data response for a witness that's testifying, which gives us a chance to be able to ask questions on the response. But Mr. Tesfaye is not the sponsor of this. So are you offering this into evidence?
Well, in response, again, there was a bench data request to provide to the commissioners information.
Right, but we'll get that bench data response, but is this considered a bench data response?
That's the understanding, that this refers to the information that the commissioners were asking for. Now, maybe we have that. That's my understanding, Mr. Tesfaye. Do I have that right?
Yes. Yesterday, I know Your Honor, Commissioner Schumann, you have been hunting answer to these questions. When I saw you are looking for answer how the company do allocation of the budgets between all the jurisdictions. And this question was already asked by the staff, and the company responded. So I hope that again help you to clarify your question.
Your Honor, isn't it the company's responsibility to answer?
Well, that's what I'm sort of. This is a response from the company. It's one thing for them to submit a response to a bench request to us, signed by counsel, sort of, representing what they're providing. But this is.
I presume that you were planning to.
I'm happy. Actually, Your Honor, that's what we had yesterday. We were going to give to you, but you wanted us to put a packet in because we did give it to staff through discovery, as they said. So we're happy to have it come in. We will stipulate to it. We're also happy for it to come in for our bench request, however you would prefer.
I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, it should come in as a bench request.
Okay, so we'll include this.
That's fine.
Okay.
Was this in the record previously?
It was not yet.
No.
It's not in the record.
No, nobody put it up.
So just so I understand, again, it was issued in.
A recollection of your instructions where the bench data request had to be from something in the record already.
That is absolutely the case. So it has to point to information that is in the record.
It has to be hooked to something in the record.
I was very clear about that, and it cannot point to a data request, a data response, unless the data response was offered during the hearing. Otherwise, you're submitting new testimony that no party is able to review.
In all fairness, we were going to offer it, and we had a witness here, and I was told not to. I was told to hold it.
Which witness?
Witness Murphy. He was here. We had a bench request. It was ready to go.
No, you were asking rejoinder based on when you first started. That's not permitted here for questions that we ask. You can do rejoinder based on rebuttal and surrebuttal provided by the parties. I mean, the problem with this, I haven't even looked at it, but the problem is, I can tell you that this is not responsive to what I'd asked. Just saying, it's in the record is not responsive. I was really, really clear about what I was looking for. And if I wasn't clear then, I'm going to be clear now, which is that I was asking where in the record is the information that I had asked specifically. I mean, there's if I look to KMM3, there's 27 lines that identify projects that were either in Virginia or in the district or not identified.
And I think, if I remember correctly, I asked staff to make sure that you had the electronic spreadsheets, which I think are referred to here as KMM 1, 2, and 3. I just wanted to make sure that we had those electronic spreadsheets so we could answer Commissioner Suchman's, hopefully answer her questions.
Okay, so that's something we may need to take back. Make sure we have those electronic worksheets.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah, and this just explains what's in those.
This document?
Mm-hmm.
I think
Well,
that,
but things like the costs reflected in KMM 03 reflect the Maryland allocation. That's a conclusion, and what I've said to you is that I don't understand what the basis of that is. So referring back to an exhibit that's not giving me the information that I need is not helping.
Your Honor, so I'm clear, we have a table, an Excel file that's admitted, we provided to everyone at filing. I understand you don't have the electronic version, but within that there's values for the allocations. This explains those values, how they were reached. We understood the bench request to give you, you wanted where in the record how we calculated those allocations. We are developing the response to where in the record.
That's fine. Just make sure that it's, the Excel spreadsheets, if they're not in the record.
They're in the record.
They are in the record?
Yeah, the KMM3 is what we were looking at yesterday. It's the...
They were certainly in the record as a paper document, and I wanted to make sure they were that we have them electronically so that we could actually analyze it.
Oh.
And I believe you say that you would sent the electronic.
We post them. They're posted in the e-room.
Just make sure you have them, please.
Okay, if I understand, you mean on the SharePoint website?
Yeah.
Okay, they're all posted. So is the idea that staff should then forward in terms of what staff should do at this point?
No, I just want to make sure that you have in your possession these Excel or whatever other, spreadsheets, so that when you as staff wish to analyze it, you have the ability to do so.
Right.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, this was an attachment to Mr. Murphy's.
Okay, all right. Well, then that should be it.
And they should be sortable. That was the whole. There's a lot that went into sorting it to make it easier for you all.
No, by definition they would be. Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
We don't need this.
Yeah, right.
We don't need this.
We don't really need this.
Okay. Should we? I mean, we marked that as 12, so that just won't go in the record, I'm assuming.
That's right.
Okay. The witness is available for cross.
All righty then. AOPA.
No questions.
People's Council.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. CCAN. Company.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Let's, not much redirect there, huh? Okay, so we'll go to start with Commissioner Linton. No, I'm sorry, wrong, Suchman.
We could start with Commissioner Linton. Okay. Okay. So I do have some questions, Mr. Tesfaye. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you reviewed both the stride and non-stride projects, and made determinations about whether they should be included in rate base. Is that some of what you're responsible for doing?
Yes, I reviewed, but there is a specific distinction between striding and stride.
Right. No, I appreciate that. So, in terms of the stride projects, so Mr. Murphy made adjustments to his spreadsheet to include 2 additional lines. And my understanding from his testimony and your testimony was that they were inadvertently included in non-stride, and then they moved over to stride. And in terms of location, it just says various. Were you able to confirm, based on the testimony in the record, that all of the stride money, all the stride projects were in Maryland? Were you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, and what information did you rely on?
The locations which are marked as various, those are mostly scattered services. So you have many of them that can be 800, 700, 800. So you have a very large data we request when the company file for stride proceeding.
Okay.
That's where we ask that large file, and we are able to see.
Okay, so you could see for each one of those projects that it was, in fact, in Maryland?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Okay, so now let's go to the system betterment project. So that's the non-stride, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know if you were listening to Mr. Murphy's testimony, but I kind of went through exhibit KMM3, and there are, within that exhibit, there are 27 projects where it's either Virginia, or it's the district, or it's non-specific. So what information is there in the record for you to have made a determination that Maryland benefits from each of those projects? Were you able to go to all the information that they provided and make a determination, yes, this is a benefit to Maryland?
Yeah, always let's make sure that the company has a jurisdiction not only in Maryland but in Virginia.
No,
and
I
other
appreciate
states.
that. Right.
So their pipeline system is interconnected. It's just one single system. So sometimes some of the projects they do, they benefit all their jurisdiction, all their customers. So they can identify the project location as, Virginia or statewide. So always I make sure I send a DR question to make sure that all these costs provided to us are only allocated for Maryland customers. Then I proceed to the next step.
Okay, but do you ever ask them why? Why are you building this project? What's the driver? Why? So if we look at I'm looking at KMM 3, page 2 of 30. Do you have that?
Unless you tell me.
Okay.
Specific.
So it's the Fairfax County project.
Yeah.
Okay. And did they explain to you why they needed to do? I know that Mr. Murphy said that this was a project where they were replacing a lot of very old pipes with sort of newer pipes. But for each of the projects where it is in a specific location that's outside of Maryland, do they ever provide you with information on why they're doing it?
Yes, we ask. Okay. We ask that question. They provide to justify their cost. Otherwise, we don't move.
Okay, but
to allow them.
Right, but do you ever ask, instead of you ask specific questions about the project itself, but do you ever ask them, is it for example data centers that is driving the need for a particular new build?
Yes, correct. We ask. Mostly those projects are transmission projects,
okay,
even not distribution. As I say, it's just one pipeline system throughout the the entire jurisdiction.
Okay.
And they are interconnected, so we make sure we justify their expenditure before allow them for approval.
Okay, so you asked WGL, are you doing this because you're interested in getting new data center customers?
I am all data center. I haven't seen data center. For example, if there is a data center, as far as it is for purpose of pipeline safety, I always allow them to go ahead with that expenditure. So it has to be benefiting the pipeline safety.
Right. No, I understand the importance of that you know that you're going to ask the engineering questions. You know
Correct.
why, but what I'm asking is that sort of that next step of why are you doing this project versus that project? I mean, if for example WGL is interested in bringing new data centers to Virginia, and you sort of know that Virginia is a place where data centers are very interested in coming to, and WGL is sort of recognizing that there's a value to providing gas for backup. Is that going to be a question that you ever ask?
Oh yeah, very definitely. I have to make sure that any project happening outside the state is benefiting the Maryland customers.
Okay.
So,
But in that
most-
situation,
Mo-
it's
what-
gonna benefit mostly Virginia, right?
It's in jurisdiction of. I'm not an economics engineer. I'm a pipeline safety engineer. So the cost allocation equation. The only legitimate question I ask is that benefiting the pipeline system? Is that benefiting the Maryland customers? So once I get the answer to that, I proceed with the next step. But I'd make sure that it's benefiting the Maryland customers.
Okay, and how
But
would it?
I don't decide, how much the portion of, because the Virginia customer is, getting more heat, more warm, or more benefit from that, and how much of that energy is received. That I don't have the expertise to do that. I'm a pipeline safety engineer, so I specifically focus on all projects. They meet the pipeline safety state and the federal requirements. That's the most important aspect we look when we evaluate any project.
Okay, so if WGL were to tell you, we need to add more to the transmission pipeline because we have all these data center customers in Virginia. In that situation, where's the benefit for Maryland ratepayers?
Yeah, as I say, when the company comes with the project, building any transmission line, again, the first question I ask is how it is benefiting the Maryland customers. Then the next question I ask is the expenditure allocated to the Maryland customers? That's my second question. Then the company I ask, question, in what ratio, they provided me, and that's where my jurisdiction ends.
Okay, so, and in each of these 27 projects that are in Virginia or the district, WGL told you this is how, and in each of those situations, Maryland customers were going to benefit from that. But did you determine whether it was because of Maryland customers that they did it in the first place?
No, I don't determine that. I determine that is part of the single pipeline system.
Okay.
Because safety is my concern. I look into my safety aspect, whether they are doing safely when they employ or, get people in the field. Those people are qualified to do that because it's gonna affect the Maryland customer. That is the benefit of the Maryland customer. The safety aspect is by itself a benefit. So that is my expertise as a pipeline safety engineer. I go for that. Then the next part is the expenditure amount. Yes, I ask a legitimate question. Ask a legitimate question whether those costs are allocated to Maryland customers. And they provide answer, that's where I end.
Okay. And then if they want to build a project, but if they didn't build the project, it wouldn't need to happen for Maryland ratepayers. Do you ever sort of ask those questions? If you want to build this project, but we don't really need it. We'll get benefit from it, but we don't really need it. So you'll ask that.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
And how will
That's
that?
a good question.
Okay. And how will that affect your decision about whether a project is something that you would support?
I disallow.
Wait, you do?
I disallow that project.
You disallow it. So just so that I'm clear, if WGL comes to you and says, we have a project that we want to do in Virginia, it doesn't need to happen in Maryland, but we'll get benefit from it. That's a project you'll disallow. So each of these 27 projects.
I think you just said the reverse of what you intended to say.
Okay. So I can repeat it. So if WGL comes to you and says, we want to do this project, you know that Maryland ratepayers don't need it, but will get some value from it. They'll benefit from it, and it'll enhance safety and reliability. Will that be a project you will disallow?
If the Maryland customers get safety and reliability, I allow that project to go ahead.
Even though it didn't need to happen, if they're getting benefit from it, you will allow that project.
I think you answered.
I actually didn't. I wasn't clear.
Yeah, if the pipeline system is one system.
Right.
When you ask a question, if it doesn't give any benefit to the Maryland customer, that means it should be a separate system.
Yeah, no, actually, that's not the question. The question is, if Maryland ratepayers did not need it in the first place, Virginia needed it, but Maryland didn't need it. But Maryland will still get benefit from it because it's one whole pipeline. I mean, it's one whole, and so they'll get safety, reliability, benefits. That project you would allow.
That should be allowed. Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Hoover?
No questions.
McLean?
I don't think so.
Okay, he already said no. So I just want to be able to crystallize and clarify the question that Commissioner Suchman asked. If a project in Virginia, say, has some sort of benefit to the state of Maryland, regardless of whether the state asked for it, Maryland asked for it, regardless of whether it's strictly needed by the state of Maryland, if a project located in Virginia has some benefit to Maryland, you will allow that.
That's correct. It's one. The whole idea is that we go from that the pipeline system is one and interconnected. If it is one and interconnected, the safety risks are, for the entire system. So, yes, correct.
Okay. I think I understand your answer. Thank you very much. Okay. Your next witness.
Your Honor, staff calls staff witness David Valcarengi to the stand.
No, I noticed it. I figured, yeah. All right, Dave Valcarengi.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm truth and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
Could you please state, spell your first and last name?
David Valcarengi, D-A-V-I-D, Valcarengi, V-A-L-C-A-R-E-N-G-H-I.
And could you provide your business address?
6 St. Paul Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Valcarengi.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your position at the Public Service Commission?
I am the Assistant Director in the Accounting Division of the Maryland Public Service Commission.
If you could just speak a little closer to the mic, that'd be great.
Should I say that again?
No, we got it, but I was sensing a drift.
Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of David L. Valcarengi, filed on March 31st, 2026, as mail log number 328543, consisting of 38 pages of narrative text and 3 exhibits?
I do.
Was that document prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections or changes to your testimony, your direct testimony at this time?
I do not.
With that, to the best of your knowledge, does that testimony remain true and correct today?
It does.
Do you adopt that document before you as your direct testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
All right. Your Honor, should I mark each testimony separately, or should I
However you want to
present
do it.
each one and then mark them and then enter them? All right.
Your
I will.
call.
All right. Well, let's start with this one. Your Honor, I ask that the direct testimony of David L. Valcarengi, filed on March 31st, 2026, as mail log number 328543, consisting of 38 pages of narrative text and 3 exhibits, be marked as staff exhibit number 13.
So marked.
Okay. All right. And now, Mr. Valcarengi, do you also have before you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony and Exhibits of David Valcarengi, filed on May 13th, 2026, as mail log number 330072, consisting of 15 pages of narrative text and no exhibits?
That's correct.
And was that document prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections or changes to your surrebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
And with that, to the best of your knowledge, does that testimony remain true and correct today?
It does.
Do you adopt that document before you as your surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
All right, Your Honor, I would ask that the surrebuttal testimony of David L. Valcarengi, filed on May 13th, 2026, as mail log number 330072, consisting of 25 pages of narrative, wait, did I say that right? 15 pages of narrative text and no exhibits, be marked as staff exhibit number 14.
So marked.
Counselor, you said it
Did I-
didn't have, the surrebuttal has exhibits.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was reading. I'm trying to skip around here. So let me go back. Did that consist of 25 pages of narrative text and 3 exhibits?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
I'm sorry. I was skipping around on my page here. So should I read that again? Your
Nah,
Honor?
still so marked.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. And now, do you have also before you a document entitled Errata to Surrebuttal Testimony of David L. Valcarengi, filed on May 17th, 2026, as mail log number 330205, consisting of 2 pages of narrative text and 1 exhibit?
I do.
And was that document prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
It was.
And do you have any corrections or changes to your errata to your surrebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
And with that, to the best of your knowledge, does that errata remain true and correct today?
It does.
And do you adopt that document before you as your errata to your surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
And so, Your Honor, I would ask that we mark as Staff Exhibit 15 the errata to surrebuttal testimony of David L. Valcarengi, filed...
So marked.
Oh, okay, thank you. And With that, Your Honor, Mr. Valcarengi is available for questions.
Moving them in.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Could we move staff exhibits 13, 14, and 15 into the record at this
Without
time?
objection, so entered.
All right. And with that, Mr. Valcarengi is available for
EOPA?
No questions.
People's Council?
No questions.
CCAN? Company? Okay, we'll go straight to the, whose turn is it next? Hoover, Commissioner Hoover.
So, page 10 of your direct testimony, you discuss the WGL's network geothermal pilot program.
Page 10.
Yeah, page 10, your direct testimony.
I'm there.
Okay, and so you are suggesting that we reject the company's request for cost recovery for the pilot proposal they filed with us, correct?
Yes, that's correct. My recommendation is to maintain the regulatory asset that they already have, not to initiate cost recovery at this point.
Okay. So in your mind, it's a question of more when they might collect this as opposed to if they collect it.
Right. It's not my opinion that the costs are inadequate. In my opinion, it's not ripe for recovery because, number one, the commission hasn't evaluated the cost and there isn't a program before you yet. And then you get into if there is a secondary pilot program that comes, you may have costs in one pot being covered.
I think you probably need to talk a little closer to the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
There may be a problem of cost being recovered in two different buckets in a different fashion.
All right. So, and that's part of what I want to get clarification on, because it was our order to. So first off, we were told by the General Assembly to request the pilots from the two companies, BG&E and WGL, and then we were told to evaluate them. We did, found the pilot didn't quite meet what we needed, and asked them to redo the pilot. At some point, they are going to file another pilot proposal. At least that's our intention that they do that, which we may adopt, depending upon what that looks like. So it's your thought that all of these costs should be maintained in this regulatory asset, and then when we make a final determination as to the pilot proposal, whether we adopt it and have them implemented or if we reject it, then we would do the analysis about what's prudent and what they get to recover.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Once the secondary pilot comes in, if they come in with a secondary pilot, these program costs will be evaluated, and if they are determined to be reasonable, I would think the commission would say you can recover it over X period of time.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thanks.
McLean?
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Excess deferred income taxes. I know we've been killing this one. Did you have an opportunity to listen to Ms. Bell and Mr. Lawson's testimony?
Yes.
Has the timing, the amortization issue been cleared up in your mind, whether it was originally 35 years or was it, or 33, I believe, 33 years, or whether it should be 10 or 15?
Well, if you go back to the original filing, there are essentially three buckets of cost. You have the protected, you have the non-protected plant, and you have the non-plant, non-protected. The company's original submission back in 2018 amortized the non-protected non-plant piece over 10 years. The other piece they decided to amortize over ARAM, which is roughly 33, 35 years. I'm saying we don't need to do that. Let's return the money to ratepayers as expeditiously as possible.
You're not saying they did anything wrong. You just want to expedite things.
Yes.
Okay. All right. In terms of if your proposal's accepted, that will result in an increase to rate base, correct?
As I indicate in my direct testimony, there is a consequence of discharging the excess deferred income taxes, and I think I say it's roughly $4 to $5 million.
I think you said 4.7.
Yeah.
So is the bang worth it for the buck there? Is it better for ratepayers to do it that way or extend it over the 5-year period that you had recommended as an alternative, or Mr. Lawson's 10-year period?
I always think it's better to give the money back. Let the customers make the decision of how they're going to spend their money, rather than giving it as a zero-cost loan to the company.
Okay. But the company does benefit from having that on their books, correct?
Well, yeah, you heard the company say it's a zero-cost loan that they get from ratepayers.
Right. And also, rate base is lower by that amount as well, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So there's a benefit there for ratepayers as well?
Well, I think there is a trade-off.
Okay.
Certainly, there is benefits in the short run. What you're doing is it better to have the company hold the cash, or let the customers decide how they want to spend that money that's rightfully theirs?
Fair enough. Finally, sir, in your rebuttal, you had noted it wasn't clear why the EDITS has increased since the initial amortization. I'm looking at the top of page 22, line 1.
Yeah, I think we heard Ms. Bell discuss that a little bit, and I think my theory was, and she confirmed this when she was on the stand, that some of this relates to a reclassification of protected EDITs to non-protected. And that kind of raises the question. You heard Mr. Lawson say, well, these aren't really new savings, but, you know, they kind of are, because they would fall into a new bucket.
But that explanation, it made sense as to why the increase.
I kind of knew that, but I didn't. Her saying it when she was on the stand confirmed my understanding.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. That's all I have.
Suchman?
Good afternoon. WGL is asking for about close to $350 million increase in rate base, correct?
I think I have that number in my testimony.
Okay.
In the
Well, I had, there's a 1.69 billion, and of that, WGL's recommended rate base includes approximately 342 million.
342.9
Right.
million on page 5.
Right, that's what I'm looking at. And so that's going to include both stride and non-stride. Do you, when you're looking at, when you're given these numbers, do you get involved in the jurisdictional allocation issues? Do you weigh in on those?
At a high level. I don't get into the weeds, into certainly the questions that you were asking of Mr. Tesfaye.
Okay.
I don't get into that as far as he does.
Okay, but if you were aware that a jurisdiction other than Maryland was pushing for increases to the pipeline to promote the company's interest in perhaps securing more data center customers, to the benefit of another jurisdiction like Virginia, would you weigh in at that point to say, well, I mean, you know, Maryland ratepayers will benefit, there'll be increased safety and reliability, but they're not driving this, and perhaps they shouldn't be, they shouldn't have to pay for it. Would you get into
Well,
conversations?
certainly, it's an integrated system. Maryland is not going to pay for all of it. Maryland's going to pay for a percentage. But I do take your point about if it's, say, a Virginia investment, they don't have, here's Virginia plant, here's DC plant, here's Maryland plant. As I said, it's an integrated system. Maryland would end up paying a portion simply by the allocation of, say, transmission facilities.
Right. But, and had nothing to do with the decision of building it out. So they may get benefit from it, but they're not the driver. So I guess the question is, from your perspective, would you weigh in to encourage more of the cost for that build out to be borne by the jurisdiction that is pushing for that build out?
Well, it's hard to say. Certainly, there's an allocation issue at play. For the situs plant, meaning investments that are in each of the three jurisdictions, would be allocated directly to that jurisdiction. But transmission facilities, since they reflect kind of like a common facility, they're allocated. It's difficult to say, and I do take your point, that this may be brought about by, say, a Virginia investment. I don't know how one would say this has got to be 100% Virginia, or or this could be 100% Maryland. But it is, given what's going on in Northern Virginia, it's perhaps an issue that we need to take greater attention.
Right, and perhaps we need more information to be able to make those kinds of decisions. And I'm assuming that that kind of information is not in the record. You haven't seen it.
I have not seen it.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to follow up a bit. So I spend most of my time worrying about PJM and the cost allocation formulas associated with that. And I have to confess, I've never really thought of it that way from the perspective of a gas pipeline integrated system. So let me ask this question. Do we have somebody in our staff who looks at those cost allocation issues and vets them in some way? Because I know that, we have actually two people on our staff who look at all the PJM cost allocation issues, and they definitely have opinions if they think that Maryland's being over-allocated cost. Is there an analogous person on our staff who does that with respect to the natural gas pipeline system?
I want to say yes, but I don't know who to point you to.
Oh, I'll track them down. Okay, let me ask the question in a slightly different manner. There are specific formula. Whenever there is a transmission line for electricity, everybody who hates the transmission line says, "Why is Maryland paying for this?" And they sort of take the assumption that we're paying for all of it, which we never are. But does such a similar conversation occur when a major pipeline is let's say, being built between Virginia and between DC and Maryland? Does somebody on our staff go through the exercise of saying what percentage should be Maryland, what percentage should be DC? Does anybody do that, or is that even an analysis that is commonly done?
I would think that would go through the jurisdictional cost allocation.
And what body does that? Is that a company function, or?
Well, I think the company starts it, and then I think staff looks at what Well, both staff and OPC look at what the company puts forward, and then there's recommendations. Is it good? Is it bad? How can we improve, and so forth.
Does that happen on an annual basis or
No, it should happen in every case.
in every rate case?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much. All right. Next. More work. More, I know. More. It must be.
Your Honor, staff would like to call our next witness, Ms. Lillian Tiska, to the stand.
Good evening. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony you're about to give? Could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Lillian Tiska, Lillian.
And could you provide your business address?
Yes, 616 Old Street, Baltimore, Maryland. 213.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tiska.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed by the Public Service Commission. I'm a regulatory economist with the Telecommunications, Gas, and Water Division.
And do you have in front of you a copy of your public direct testimony filed on March 31st, 2026?
I do.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes, deletions, or additions to this testimony?
I do not.
And was this pre-filed in this case as mail log number 328543?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the direct testimony of Ms. Tiska be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 16.
So marked.
Do you have in front of you a copy of your confidential direct testimony filed on March 31st, 2026?
I do.
And was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes, deletions, or additions to this testimony?
I do not.
Was this pre-filed in this case as mail log number 328543?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the confidential direct testimony of Ms. Tiska be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 16C.
So marked.
And do you have in front of you a copy of your surrebuttal testimony filed on May 13th, 2026?
Yes.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes, deletions, or additions to this testimony?
I do not.
And was this pre-filed in this case as mail log number 330072?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that the surrebuttal testimony of Ms. Tiska be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 17.
So marked.
Thank you. If I asked you today the questions contained in your direct and surrebuttal testimonies that were pre-filed in this case, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you adopt the direct and surrebuttal testimonies as your own in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, staff would move for admission of Ms. Tiska's direct and surrebuttal testimonies.
Without objection, so entered.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross.
AOPA.
No questions.
People's Council.
No questions, Your Honor.
CCAN. Company.
No questions, Your
Okay. We will go then to Commissioner McLean.
No questions, sir.
Okay. Linton.
No questions.
Suchman.
No questions.
Fred.
No questions.
You are free to go.
Great, thank you.
Brilliant testimony.
Who's got Brandt? Who's in? Staff would call its next witness, Mr. Brandon Bowser.
Okay.
I know it's yours, right?
Good evening. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
And could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Brandon Bowser, Brandon Bowser.
And could you provide your business address?
6 St. Paul Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bowser. Are you, please explain your job title and responsibilities at the commission?
I am the Director of the Telecommunications, Gas, and Water Division. I manage a team of regulatory economists that consider matters that pertain to the setting of utility rates for these regulated industries.
And are you adopting the direct and surrebuttal testimony filed by staff witness Alden Manka?
I am.
And why is Mr. Manka not available here?
Mr. Menka was called for grand jury duty, and he was unable to appear as a result of that.
And he's currently serving on grand jury duty, correct?
He is currently serving on grand jury duty for a term from May 11th through September 11th, 2026.
Ooh. Oh my God. How long does it take to indict a ham sandwich?
Now, you're aware that Mr. Manka filed direct testimony in this case on March 31.
Yes, I am.
And you are do you know of any revisions to that testimony?
I do not.
Your Honor, we would ask to mark Ms. Bowser's testimony filed by Mr. Manka as staff exhibit, I guess it's 18?
So marked.
And are you adopting also Mr. Manka's surrebuttal testimony that was filed on May 13th?
Yes, I am.
Any changes to that testimony?
No changes.
Your Honor, we would ask that what is now Mr. Bowser's surrebuttal testimony be marked as staff exhibit 19.
So marked.
And we present Mr. Bowser for cross-exam.
Would you want to enter the...
Oh, I'm sorry. Please, we'd ask to introduce into the record Mr. Bowser's direct testimony, Exhibit 18, and his surrebuttal, Exhibit 19.
Without objection, so entered.
Thank you.
AOPA.
No, bro.
People's Council.
No questions.
Okay. CCAN. And Company.
Just 3 questions for the witness. Good afternoon, Mr. Bowser. Charlotte Mitchell from the law firm of McGuire Woods. I'm here with the company today. Just want to ask you a few questions, and if you have the surrebuttal testimony in front of you, would you open it to page 9? And look down there towards the bottom, lines 19 and 20.
I'm there.
Okay, good. 19 and 20, you'll see reference to Northwest Natural and the dividend payments of Northwest Natural.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Manka didn't include Northwest Natural's dividend payment made on January 30th, 2026. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And would you agree, subject to check, that if he had included, or if this is now your testimony, so that if this fourth of the quarterly payments had been included in the calculation, the dividend yield for the company would have gone up? Do you want me to ask that again?
Yeah, could you please restate the question?
Yes, I will. Sorry, I kind of fumbled it. Would you agree, subject to check, that if he had included, or if this fourth quarterly dividend payment had been included in the calculation, the dividend yield for the company would have gone up? The company being Northwest Natural.
Subject to check, I would agree with that.
Okay. And would you also agree, holding all other inputs to the DCF analysis the same, a lower dividend yield results in a lower result for the analysis?
I would say generally, yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, last question. Look at page 10, please, also of the surrebuttal.
I'm there.
Okay. If you look quickly to, let's see, it's lines 14 and 15. The testimony relates to the term of the number of years related with the EPS growth estimates. Do you see that testimony?
I do.
Okay. And the testimony, I'm paraphrasing, and the testimony is what it is, but the testimony is that the Yahoo Finance EPS growth rates are 5-year growth rates. Do you see that testimony?
I do.
Is there, Mr. Bowser, are you aware of any substantiation in the record for that testimony? Beyond just the testimony itself, is there anything else in the record that substantiates that 5 years on the Yahoo Finance EPS estimates?
I am not aware of anything in the evidentiary record that substantiates this. However, I would like to state that every rate case is unique, and Mr. Manka was doing his best with the data provided to look at a comparable yet not exact 3 to 5 year EPS from another credible source.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I have.
Okay, redirect.
None, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go to questions from the bench, starting with Commissioner Linton.
No questions.
Commissioner Suchman.
No questions.
Commissioner Hoover.
No questions.
McLean.
Yes, sir.
Go for
Good
it.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Couple questions on capital structure.
Sure.
And I know I'm going to say you, but I know it's Mr. Manka. Why was a 5-year average used versus, say, a 3, a 4, or a 7-year average to reach the equity portion of this capital structure, sir?
Without speaking for Mr. Manka, I find it reasonable to use a 5-year average because that is a generally more near-term look at what the average capital structure was over market conditions since the abatement of the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it is to go out further than that would be looking at aged data. The primary reason why Mr. Manka relied on a 5-year average versus what the Commission has traditionally done, that is an average of the 4 quarters of the test year, was due to his concerns about an equity infusion from the company's parent company, AltaGas. And it was also in the company's direct testimony presented a 54 point, I do not have the exact number in front of me.
29.
54.29, thank you, sir. That was approaching the limit of what AltaGas's equity ratio can be per the AltaGas and WGL merger case.
So is it fair to say that, well, obviously, Mr. Manka was concerned about the percentage, but was there concern about how it got that high? If you know.
Without Mr. Manka here, I can only surmise, but I believe the concern did result from that equity infusion from AltaGas.
Okay. And I've got one more question for you. Did you happen to read Mr. Novak? His name with a W throws me off. Novak, did you read his testimony?
Yes, I did.
One of the concerns he had with Mr. Manka's capital structure is that Mr. Manka included several I'm sorry. I'll just read I can't summarize this. All right, and for anybody scored at home, it's Mr. Novak's rebuttal at page 39, starting at line 5. He says, Mr. Manka compares Washington Gas' proposed capital structure to proxy groups, including several calculated at the holding company level. And it goes on to say why he's not a fan of that approach. Can you respond to that criticism, sir?
If I may have a moment just to review.
Take your time.
Thank you. Yes. And if I could ask, sir, could you restate the question one more time?
Well, how do you respond to Mr. Manka's including holding companies in his analysis to determine the capital structure? Mr. Novak's not a fan of that, clearly. So I guess I'm asking you, why is it appropriate to Mr. Manka's analysis? Why is it appropriate to consider holding companies when we're not talking about setting a capital structure for a holding company, sir?
Sure. Mr. Manka explains that in order to develop a proxy group, you have to select companies that are of comparable risk and credit rating. The holding company was selected because, or the holding companies that were selected, Mr. Menka was okay with this approach because the majority of their operations comes from the regulated utility portion. So the majority of the holding company's operations can be traced to those regulated companies.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I have no questions, so you're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Staff's next witness would be Mr. Drew McAuliffe.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the testimony first to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
Please state, spell, first and last name.
Sure. It's Drew McAuliffe, DrewMcAuliffe.
And you can give us your business address.
6 St. Paul Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
Thank
You?
Good afternoon, Mr. McAuliffe. What's your job title and job responsibilities at the commission?
I'm the director of the electricity division here at the commission.
Now, did you file direct testimony on March 31, 2026?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
I do not.
Chair Barve, staff would ask that Mr. McAuliffe's direct testimony be marked as Staff Exhibit 20.
So marked.
And Mr. McAuliffe, did you prepare surrebuttal testimony that was filed in this proceeding on May 13th, 2026?
Yes.
Do you have any revisions to that testimony?
No.
Your Honor, we would ask that Mr. McAuliffe's surrebuttal be marked as Staff Exhibit 21. And
so marked.
And we would ask that both direct testimony Exhibit 20 and surrebuttal Exhibit 21 be admitted into the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
The witness is available for cross.
AOPA.
No questions.
People's Council.
No question.
CCAN. Company.
Yes, thank you, Chair Barclay. Just a few. Good afternoon, Mr. McAuliffe. My name is Vishwa Link. I'm here on behalf of Washington Gas. Just wanted to ask a few questions about your recommendation in your surrebuttal.
Sure.
I'm on page 8.
Yep. Okay.
You state on line 13, I continue to recommend that the Commission reject without prejudice WGL's proposed contract generation service rate schedule at this time. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also say on page 5, you talk about the working group for the electric utilities, and you say on line 1, furthermore, the electric utilities are required to file their large load rate schedules by September 1, 2026, so any delay would be minimal. And then you say, because this is a consequential issue, I do not believe a delay of a few months is detrimental to WGL or the data center industry. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So my questions are, were you in the hearing room when Mr. Brandt testified for OPC?
I was not.
Oh, okay. So you didn't hear my discussion with him about how long it might take for rulemaking or the filing of a modified tariff to go through the commission process?
I did not see that. I would just say that a rulemaking would not be required for these tariffs.
Okay. What about his recommendation was that the commission reject the tariff at this time and the company were to file a modified tariff going forward. So my question for you is, it seems like your recommendation is reject at this time, and then I guess wait for the electrics to file their large load schedules by September 1, 2026. What then? What is WGL then to do with its contract generation service tariff under your proposal?
Sure. So I guess I should just clarify. Yeah, I missed your discussion because we had our large load work group meeting today at 1. So
Good excuse.
I have a good excuse. To get to your question, so I guess WGL could also file at that time. I guess the process wasn't exactly clear. My recommendation is largely just along the lines of, while obviously WGL is a natural gas utility and the large load work group is largely focused on electric utilities, a lot of the issues are similar. And in my opinion, if this tariff is approved at this time, it kind of hamstrings the commission's ability to see what the work group has discussed, what other utilities are proposing, and they'll rule on WGL prior to knowing what's happening in those other with the work group and the other discussions in the other utilities. So, for example, minimum contract terms. So, in a lot of states, you'll see with large load tariffs that there is there's a minimum contract term listed in the tariff. So WGL's tariff discusses it, but it doesn't have any number. So some states say 5, 8 years, whatever it is. But at this point, I think it's too soon to allow this tariff to come in before the commission should say, hey, we'd like to see a minimum 5-year, 8-year, whatever that number may be. So that's just one example. But I just think that process is extremely similar to this rate schedule, and it would be more beneficial if they're all considered at the same time. So if WGL wants to file when the other electric utilities file, I personally wouldn't have an issue with that.
And then, just help me out. Do the electric utilities, when they file by September 1, 2026, are they automatically approved, or then do they have to go through another process to get approval from the commission?
They would not be approved at that time. They'd be proposed, yeah. So there would be, obviously, staff would file comments. The commission would hear it before probably an administrative meeting or some other proceeding, but no, they would not be approved at that point.
Okay, and do you know how long it might take after that September 1, 2026 filing to get them approved, roughly?
I don't. Obviously, this is a consequential issue, but yeah, I couldn't say. There's no set time. So the law requires that these tariffs be filed by September 1st. There's no requirement for when they must be approved in the law.
Okay. And I know you don't speak on behalf of the commission, but do you think there is some value to speed to power or speed to have these large load schedules approved quickly?
No. I think it's more appropriate to have them be the best rate schedules we can have rather than rushing them. And as I noted in my testimony, WGL has already signed an agreement with the data center company, so it seems that not having the tariff hasn't exactly stopped WGL from making these sorts of agreements.
Okay. And I think you said this tariff wouldn't need to go through a rulemaking, correct?
It would not. So we actually already had a rulemaking for the large load work group. It was kind of tangential issues, but the tariffs themselves should not require any sort of rulemaking.
Okay. But they would require a future commission approval.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And if WGL were to then go ahead and do that after, if your recommendation was approved and it was WGL were to file something at the same time the electrics filed their tariffs, they would just go through the same process for an approval?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect?
No redirect.
All right. Who's first this time? Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I believe it was witness Simone who, when we spoke with him about when he asked questions, we were asking him questions about the addition of minimum contract terms and other customer protections as part of the tariff. He was suggesting that they envisioned a process where the contract would be submitted to the staff prior to it being submitted to coming before the commission. And he envisioned the process, or the company envisioned a time frame of 10 days or something of that sort. And so I wanted to get your reaction to that general idea. Is that something that the staff is amenable to, or is that even something that's being discussed now on the electric side?
Sure. So I'll say I don't think I agree with your characterization, and maybe I misheard witness Simone, but it's more of just an informal filing. So
That's
yeah,
probably,
so,
that's
so
correct, yes.
these wouldn't come before the commission. You wouldn't be approving or rejecting these agreements. It would simply be, hey, in 10 days this becomes effective. We just want to let you know this is essentially the special contract we came up with. So I would say for staff that's a suboptimal outcome. That's the whole point of having the rate schedules. And sorry, I maybe keep saying tariff. I constantly interchange the two terms, which I shouldn't. We don't want to look at every data center agreement. That's the point of having the rate schedule with minimums that we know protect other customers. So we don't want to get into this special contract kind of situation where just say the commission agrees that there should be special contracts. I mean, that's just a lot of extra administrative processes and work for all parties to have to approve every special contract with a large load customer. So that's the point of having the rate schedule, because with these minimums that there are customer protections where you don't have to review every single agreement.
Okay, so you testified earlier that the company, and as we already know, the company has already signed at least one.
Right.
And maybe others we don't know, but has staff had an opportunity to receive a informal filing, to review any informal copies of those?
No, so we haven't seen anything. We did send a data request that was confidential, but it didn't really have any specifics at this point. But no, we don't have any more information on that agreement. And I believe witness Simone made the comment that they can't add these extra customer protections with these kind of special contracts and agreements. I'm not sure I agree with that. I don't see how they would be precluded from adding those before the tariff is approved and requiring these customers to meet certain customer protections. So.
All right, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Suchman?
So it's not so much a question, but I had the sense when witness Simone was testifying that the effect of their proposal is actually to get us out from an ability to actually review what's going on and to have any input into the process. And maybe that was not intentional, but it felt to me like we were gonna have less authority in this area. And I'm not. How did you sort of? Did you have? What was your reaction when you saw that?
I guess I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I would say I wouldn't say authority is the right word, but we don't typically see these things. Generally speaking, the utilities usually can develop special contracts. Not even saying it's a data center without much input from the commission. Sometimes we are notified of these, but I wouldn't say necessarily less input. But obviously, if there is a rate schedule that the commission approved, it definitely would give the company more of ability to just make these agreements and not notify us, because they'll say, hey, well, you approved this rate schedule and we're just following the tariff in a rate schedule language you approved, if that's
right. And in that sense, they can kind of go off and do what they're going to do, and the response is, well, you've already told us we could do this. And so our ability to be able to weigh in on activities going on with very large data centers that are going to require a lot of infrastructure is diminished.
Yes, yeah, I think I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hoover?
So earlier in the proceeding, we saw a response to a data request, and I forget who sent them the data request, but the company indicated that they had 40 inquiries from data center companies, but that was across the company's footprint, so not just in Maryland. Is that comparable to what we've seen with the electrics?
It's hard to say. So, we aren't provided that information, unfortunately. I
guess I'm wondering, have you learned anything from the work group process?
Sure. Well, we've heard from some utilities, electric utilities, that they've had requests that would quadruple their current load. So I think that gives you a pretty good idea. But yeah, so I was surprised to hear that number from the company, because we did ask if they had any. I sent a data request asking if they've had any, if they provide natural gas service to any data centers, and they said no. to staff DR 1-3, at least in Virginia, they said, which would, is where data center kind of alley is there. But yeah, so the number's hard to say, but obviously, yes, we have heard that utilities are getting requests for large amounts of load.
And is there similar concerns from them about how soon we get this done?
The rate schedule? I don't think so, because we've had the statutory deadline. One of the utilities has told us they were going to file something early, but they haven't done it as of yet. But so I'll say there's one utility that has shared that sentiment.
And I guess the other countervailing pressure is the local governments now indicating that they may try and slow the process down from their part of the process.
Sure, yeah, and obviously state governments as well. So yeah, there's it's a contentious area right now.
Okay, all right, thanks.
McLean?
No, sir.
Let me just quickly follow up on the whole issue of large loads. Obviously, everybody talks about data centers, and yeah, in the PJM, it's exploding, and most of it is phantom load, because most hyperscalers apply in 5 or 6 different states and then go for the best deal, and that's been a big problem with the capacity market in PJM. But when we talk about large loads, when we're doing these rate schedules, really we should make it use agnostic, I assume, because it's not just going to be data. It's mostly going to be data centers, but there is also a reshoring of manufacturing that might incorporate that. So if we are doing these kind of rate schedules, I take it. Well, I'll ask you. Do you think it should be agnostic as to what the use is, and instead pegged to what the total number of therms used are?
Yes, yeah, and it is. And apologies if I've been saying data center. Yeah, so common
No.
parlance-
Everybody's been saying that.
Yeah,
Don't apologize.
The
for
common
that.
parlance is large load customers. So with electricity, the legislature updated the definition, so it's 25 megawatts.
25,
and
yeah.
load factor of, I believe, 60% now. So yeah, it should be the same with natural gas utilities, agnostic. It's just the size of the customer.
Okay, I have nothing else, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have anybody remaining? You have at least one person
Yes,
remaining.
I think we have 2 more witnesses.
Oh, 2 more, okay. Okay, who's next?
Staff would like to call Mr. Cameron Walton, please.
Okay. I was right.
Yeah. I got this, my
For
information
once.
from Andrew, so he's entirely.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, but the truth is the testimony that you're about to give?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Yes. Cameron Walton, first name Kamren, last name Walton, Walton.
And can you give us your business address?
6 St. Paul Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walton.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed, sir?
By staff of Maryland Public Service Commission.
And what is your current position with the staff of the Maryland Public Service Commission?
I'm a regulatory economist with the Telecommunications, Gas, and Water Division.
Do you have in front of you a copy of your direct testimony filed on March 31st, 2026?
Yes, I do.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, deletions, or additions to this testimony?
No.
Was this pre-filed in this case as mail log number 328543?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the direct testimony of Mr. Walton be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 22.
So marked.
Mr. Walton, do you have in front of you a copy of your surrebuttal testimony filed on May 13th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, deletions, or additions to your testimony?
No.
Was this pre-filed in this case as mail log number 330072?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Walton be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 23.
So marked.
Mr. Walton, do you have in front of you a copy of your errata to surrebuttal testimony filed on May 19th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, deletions, or additions to this testimony?
No.
Was this pre-filed in this case as mail log number 330272?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the errata to sir rebuttal testimony of Mr. Walton be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 24.
So marked.
If I asked you today the questions contained in your direct and sir rebuttal testimonies that were pre-filed in this case, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you adopt the direct and sir rebuttal testimonies as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, staff would move for admission of Mr. Walton's direct and sir rebuttal testimonies as well as his errata to a sir rebuttal.
Without exception, so admitted.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross.
AOPA?
No questions.
OPC?
No questions.
CCAN? Company?
No questions.
Alrighty then. First question goes to Commissioner Suchman.
No questions.
Hoover?
No question.
McLean?
No, sir.
Linton? You're another lucky contestant.
Thank you.
You were right.
Okay. Is this the last one? All right.
Last witness for staff.
Wait, what number are we on now?
Let me make sure I got this right, the number.
24? 25?
Where's that at? We just, did we put that at 24?
Yeah, you're on 25.
Yeah, start at 24.
I didn't even call him, but okay.
I do. My name is James Garren. Oh, Garren.
What's that?
And you provide your business address.
Yes, my business address is 225. I apologize, I'm going to have to check my notes because I work remotely. 225 Union Boulevard, Suite 450, Lakewood, Colorado, 80228.
Do you have everything okay?
Yes. Right. Hello, Mr. Garren. Could you please state the name of the business with which you are employed?
I am employed by New Gen Strategies and Solutions, LLC. I am employed there as a project manager, providing depreciation expertise.
Thank you. And do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of James S. Garren, filed on March 31st, 2026 as mail log number 328543?
I do.
And was that document prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
It was.
And do you have any corrections or changes to your direct testimony at this time?
I do not.
And with that, to the best of your knowledge, does that testimony remain true and correct today?
It does.
And do you adopt that document before you as your direct testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
And do you also have before you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of James S. Garren, filed on May 13th, 2026, as mail log number 330071?
I do, yes.
And was that document prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
It was.
And do you have any corrections or changes to your surrebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
And with that, to the best of your knowledge, does that testimony remain true and correct today?
It does.
And do you adopt that document before you as your surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
So, Your Honor, I ask that the direct and surrebuttal testimony was, excuse me, I didn't mark it. So, Your Honor, I ask that the direct testimony of James S. Garren be marked as Staff Exhibit number 25.
So marked.
And that the surrebuttal testimony of James S. Garren be marked as Staff Exhibit number 26.
So marked.
And may I ask that both Staff Exhibit 25 and 26 be moved into the record at this time?
With no objection, so entered.
Thank you. This witness is available for questions now, Your Honor.
AOPA?
No questions.
People's Counsel?
2 hours.
CCAN? Company?
No questions.
Alrighty then. Commissioner Hoover gets the last first question.
Much as I'd love to delve into this scintillating subject, I'm going to pass. No questions, thanks.
Commissioner McLean.
All right, I'll jump in. All right. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you, Commissioner.
All right, I just have a few questions. All right, so you agree that Washington Gas is under recovering their net salvage costs, is that correct?
I wouldn't say it quite like that.
Okay.
What I would say is that because future net salvage costs are, as it's in the name, future. So we are theoretically paying for costs that are going to be incurred down the road. At the moment, it appears as though it is the case that our current accruals or the accruals for the most recent 5-year period are under the amount that has been incurred for the last 5-year period. They're not really meant to line up. So you don't necessarily, the amount that you're accruing isn't paying for the amount that you're incurring. You do expect them to differentiate. As I said, I believe in my Sir rebuttal testimony, I find it concerning about the future collections that the current accruals are less than what is currently being incurred. I do find that concerning, but it's not the same as saying that we're under recovering.
Sure, and you obviously phrased it better than I did. Now, one of the fixes or a possible solution would be to, and I'll quote you, is to adjust the initial net salvage cost estimates. Now, say Washington Gas comes in here, let's say 5 years, and their cost estimates are, let's say, I don't know what they are now, but say they're 50, 100% higher. You're going to be okay with that?
Well, I would have to consider their proposal and the data
Sure.
underlying it, of course.
Right, it's got to be supported by, they just can't say, oh, our estimates are going to be higher, and this is all going to be fixed under the current methodology.
Yes.
Okay, you got to have a study that backs it up. All right. You also note that the under recovery, and if I'm using the improper terminology, correct me.
I think I would say they're apparent temporary under recovery or something to those words. But
Okay,
yeah.
right, and that's where I was going, temporary. And you say it's temporary because in the next rate case, they're going to request, no, okay, you're shaking your head. Why is it temporary?
Yeah, so what I mean by temporary is, and this subject was raised with Mr. Alice yesterday, the remaining life methodology ensures that the company is always going to ultimately recover any under or over recoveries. Mr. Alice, in one of his responses, quibbled with that, saying that there might be some circumstances under which they wouldn't recover that. I'm not sure exactly what he was referring to, but under normal circumstances, the remaining life methodology ensures that the company is always made whole for their under or over recoveries. And to one of the things that he raised there, I would point out that while it is true that, as he pointed out, you might have a situation where a unit of plant is retired prior to its full value being recovered. That is actually a pretty ordinary part of group depreciation. This is anticipated by the idea that we're not trying to recover we're not trying to allocate the cost or value of a particular unit in a group. We're trying to estimate what the average should be and how it should be recovered on average. A particular section of main might retire early and not be recovered by the time it's retired. Conversely, some segment might be fully recovered by the time it's retired, and that we expect to balance out over time.
Now, when a utility under recovers in this situation, whatever they are not recovering is still retained in rate base, correct? And
yes.
Okay, so that's in future customers or future rate cases would address that, right?
Yes, in the normal course of remaining life. Yeah.
Right. Doesn't that lead to higher rates by allowing the company to keep that in rate base, that under recovered portion, sir?
Yeah, it results in a higher rate base over time, and therefore a higher recovery on that over time. Of course, when depreciation expense is lower, there's always going to be a trade-off for current customers as well as for future customers. And we're always trying to achieve the best balance possible between the trade-offs of who pays when.
Sure. And one of the things you noted in your SIR rebuttal, you responded to Mr. Alice's statement that, all Maryland utilities are under recovery. And you said he didn't produce any evidence of that. Now, you've testified in Maryland several times, correct?
I have.
In several different utilities, or has it just been
yeah.
Washington Gas?
No, for quite a few utilities, I would say.
Okay. All right. And to your best of your recollection, have they all been under recovery?
I don't know that I could venture to say with certainty, Your Honor. I definitely know that it is not uncommon for this to be the case. What I would say is that as we've gone through the struggles between the various utilities, the Commission, OPC, and other parties, I think we have not yet arrived at a perfect equilibrium where we have found the right balance of what net salvage should be. So, yes, it is true, I believe, that many utilities are currently what we're calling under recovering, but understanding that the more complex. So, and that is unfortunate, but I think that I would maintain that the best way to resolve that is through the correct estimation of net salvage percentage, and not by trying to undo the present value method, which I do think represents the best means of allocating the value of those future costs over time.
All right, I think I'll stop there on that. I just have one more question.
Okay.
Mr. Alice also provided an example, and I'll call it back of the envelope because I don't think it was really a study or analysis, where he estimated that Maryland's use of this, our current methodology for net salvage recovery, has cost approximately $180 million over the life of the use of that method. Is that, do you have any comment on that?
I don't really. I think, relative to what, under ideal circumstances, I would think that shouldn't have happened. I can't really speak to that number. As I said, I think that over time, with the back and forth between the parties, the accruals have not been where they should be over time. I think that's right. As to whether that number is the number, I can't say, and I don't think that that's what it should have been.
Is that something that would be a worthwhile endeavor for, obviously not any of us, but a depreciation expert to look at, to say, even if it's possible, is it possible to look back, like if the traditional methodology had continued to be used for the last 20 years, what could have happened?
I don't know that I would see the utility in doing that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Quite welcome. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Linton?
No questions.
Commissioner Suchman?
No questions.
So I have a degree in accounting from Georgetown University and 40 years of experience in the private sector and finance. I have very strong opinions, and I could talk for a long time. Fortunately for us all, you are the last witness, so I have no questions. All right, so any final matters before we get to...
If you don't mind, I do. Oh, not with the witnesses.
What?
It was going to discussing briefs.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to next. Yeah,
And I do have one.
Oh, and also MEAs on the Zoom.
Oh, okay. I almost
They never
forgot.
entered their evidence.
That's
so-
right. Let's.
Okay, I guess I'm
thank you
evidence
very
pool.
much. Yeah, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's tee them up. I'd forgotten all about that.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, Sandra, can you hear us? Apparently not.
Your Honor, I could try to text her.
Yeah.
She should just do a thumbs up.
Can you hear us?
That work.
No, she can't hear us.
She's unmuted.
Deer in headlights.
Here.
Hello? Are we? Can she not hear us?
Our mic is moving. She's unmuted.
She should be able to hear us. This is.
I am on my chagrin sometimes. Although, like, I see the thing moving, so we should be.
What's that?
He's actually pretty good at that stuff, so he might be able
Oh,
to fix
yeah.
it.
Commissioners, I'm unable to hear you. I don't know if you could hear me.
No, she said she's unable to hear us. Can you tell her to test her own sound?
Yeah, I'll use your phone.
Because I don't want
To chat her to just go ahead and move in the exhibits.
Lines are good.
Yeah, apparently I'm
You want me-
evidence police tech. Can you?
No, because he sort of plays around with
I'm seeing what she.
You're calling her?
Yeah, I'm calling her.
I may have fixed the computer for BOJ one time.
I know. Well, we're relying on you.
I'm always
Okay.
asked.
I do have her.
We now hear two things.
Oh, she's not answering.
Hello?
Almost want to put her on speakerphone.
Yeah,
Bigger dance over there.
Trying to. No, can't reach her on either phone. I have two numbers. I couldn't reach her either one.
Should we like write on a piece of paper and send it up?
Really do it the old-fashioned way.
I can move in the exhibits if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you
now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and, I think there's going to be an echo, but I'll just go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Barbay and Commissioners. Sandra McLemore on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration. Respectfully, I request that the following documents be marked in the following manner and be moved into the record. The first document is MEA Exhibit 1, which is the direct testimony of Joyce Lombardi, consisting of 26 pages. It was filed on March 31, 2026, under mail log number 328518. The MEA Exhibit 2 is the direct testimony of Stephen Kim with 26 pages and 5 exhibits. It also was filed March 31st, 2026, under mail log number 328518. MEA Exhibit 3 is the rebuttal testimony of Joyce Lombardi, consisting of 7 pages, filed on May 13, 2026, under mail log number 330065. MEA Exhibit 4 is the rebuttal testimony of Stephen Kim, consisting of 13 pages, also filed on May 13, 2026, under mail log number 330065. And at this time, I would request that these be entered into the record as well.
All those documents are so marked as you described them and without objection entered. We're good. Here we go. Can you see us?
Thank you.
All right,
and,
great.
may I be excused at this time?
No, you have to stay there. Yes, yes, you're excused.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Commissioners.
Okay, so we're at the end. We need, first of all, staff, do you have a comparison sheet?
Did we file that?
I don't remember seeing it.
We did. You did not see the comparison chart? I know we prepared it.
You know, it's probably me, not you.
I'll check.
Yeah, okay.
We
All right.
prepared
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm hearing that it was.
Said like the lines, all our lines were off by one.
Yeah, I'm
Did
sorry.
You get that? Remember that email like Saturday?
Did you fix it after,
I'll have to check. Well, I will check on the status of that. I know
Okay.
it was
All right.
prepared.
Okay, you know what, I'm starting to remember it now.
Yeah,
but-
oh, you didn't see a final? Okay. Yeah, we'll
Okay,
have to check that.
Fran, you had your hand up first.
Yes, Your Honor, if you don't mind, and I had a chance to speak with Washington Gas about this as well as People's Counsel, and I don't mean to surprise staff, I just haven't gotten to them yet. When I looked at my calendar and I realized that my initial brief for the Pepco case is due the same day as the Maryland brief in this case, kind of made me queasy, so I'm asking for a few-day extension on the brief applicable to everybody June 19th is a holiday, so I'm asking until Monday, June 22nd, and then a delay in the reply brief for everybody from June 29th to August 2nd, because the reply briefs are due in the Pepco case on July 1st.
Yeah.
But I want to remind the commission that your order is due on July 27th, so that cuts into your time by a
Yeah.
couple of days.
We could probably live with that. Well, so, okay, so repeat for me what it was July 25th to what, to when?
So I was proposing a delay in the initial briefs from 6/17
To 6/22.
6/22, which is a Monday.
Right, and the
from the
reply.
reply briefs from June 29th, which is a Monday, until Thursday, July 2nd.
Let me just quickly look at my calendar here. So.
And I have written down July 27th is your due date for your order.
How does everybody feel about those dates?
Washington Gas agrees.
Okay. Anybody disagree?
No, we're fine.
Okay. I think that's fine. But so when do we have to?
You have to issue your final order July 27th, I believe.
27th?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we hang to that? Do we need more time, or is that good? What do you think?
I think we can make it.
I mean, I think we can.
Yeah,
But
because the PEPCO order is due at the end of.
The PEPCO order.
Wait, we pushed that back.
Yeah, we pushed that back.
So it's actually fine.
yeah, I think that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can let
Some
out
people
the
have
air.
accused me
Yes.
of being too easygoing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I should start being a little more autocratic here. Let's see. Brief page limits. Does anybody have an?
I think Washington Gas had a propose. Did you want to propose different brief lengths?
We are happy to propose the page limits. I believe at least we're in agreement with AOBA, and this is based off the order in the Pepco case for initial briefs, 75 pages, reply briefs, 60 pages.
Seems good to me.
I don't have a problem
Does
with
it
that.
right? Is everyone cool with that?
So 75 pages and then 50?
60.
60.
I think, isn't the rule 60 for reply briefs anyway?
I don't recall. It's either 50 or
I
60.
think-
Don't ask me. I've only been chair for 5 months.
Those page limits are fine with me.
Okay. I think everybody's in agreement then, correct?
Yeah. Typically, we're not going to come near that, but it's nice to make sure everyone gets their full opportunity to say what they want to say.
Okay, and before we leave here, benched data requests, I just want to make sure we're all on the correct same page. So,
When are we going to see those?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
okay. Hard to object to that.
Yeah. I could ask for them tonight. I'll give you.
No, that would conflict with the day drinking. Okay, so,
Which is going to start in about 10 minutes.
right. No,
Still on
no,
YouTube.
it's not. I have to drive home. There will be none of that until I'm safely at home. Anything else for the good of the order?